Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's Wednesday, September 11th, an auspicious day, a day of infamy here for a lot of people who were around 23 years ago. This is the Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting. I would love to know if there are any additions or deletions to the agenda.
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda.
Got it. I'm going to open this up for public comment. If anybody has a comment on an issue that's not on the agenda, this would be a time to bring it up. I see. Come on up, Tony.
Thank you. Hi, for the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I just wanted to share some really good news with the county commissioners. Last night at Aspen City Council meeting, I complimented them and told them how proud I was because I felt that with the efforts that the city council is putting out, that we're creating a great team of people, everyone from commuters, worker bees, and of course this has to do with the transportation corridor with the entrance to Aspen. Everyone has the same goal, and that is to improve the transportation corridor from Brush Creek all the way into Aspen. I asked them two asks last night. One, I asked the feasibility study that they are conducting, if they could do the entire transportation corridor that's in compliance or in alignment with the record of decision. There are two different parts of it. One part of it is known as the highway intersections, and the second one is known as the transit corridor. The asphalt highway intersection starts at Buttermilk and goes to the roundabout. The transit component of it starts in Pickens County at the Service Center Road where you have RAFTA and all your maintenance buildings. The good news is, I mentioned to them that I wanted to do an initiative petition, that I was working on a resolution to put a question on the ballot to ask the elected officials of Snowmass, Aspen, and Pickens County if they would fund a feasibility study to take a look at the corridor for an aerial connection that would originate at Brush Creek and comes into Aspen. Mayor Tory said to me, Tony, you don't have to do that. I'm getting together with the county next week with Greg Poshman, and they're going to try to figure out a regional meeting to discuss the transportation from Brush Creek into Aspen. And I wanted to thank the Pickens County Commissioners very much because you reached out to the city after they wanted to put that ballot question on and said you want to be part of the discussion. And that's it. I just want to say thank you very much. And the good news is, Greg, hopefully you can talk about it in your commissioner comments, what the next steps are and what we can expect in it. But thank you so much,
Thank you,
everyone.
Tony. Do we have any other public comment online or in the room? Okay, I don't see any. No hands up online. I don't see any hands up for public comment. Okay, I'm going to bring it back for commissioner comment. And you know, this is an important day. September 11th still resonates. Just a picture of the Twin Towers will give me such pause anymore. And I saw something that I'd love to share very briefly, and I want to solicit my fellow commissioners to share if they'd like to. So 23 years ago, this is something I found online. 246 people went to sleep in preparation for their morning flights. 2,606 people went to sleep in preparation for work in the morning. 343 firefighters went to sleep in preparation for their morning shift. 60 police officers for a morning patrol. 8 paramedics. None of them saw past 10 a.m. on September 11th. It's a single moment in life that can never be the same. And it ends by just saying, just enjoy each breath you take, you know, and hug your loved ones because you never know when something that traumatic and tumultuous could happen. So my heart goes out to everybody who grieves still and reflects on the incredible the incredible tragic consequences of September 11th. And that's all I have, but I'd love to hear if anybody wants to share anything. If you don't, that's okay too.
I will.
Patty.
I remember that morning, as we all do. waking up, getting ready to come in for a BoCC work session, and turning on the television and seeing the first plane hit, and then watching as the second plane hit, and then getting a call from the then county manager, Hillary Smith, saying, we're not having meetings today for many reasons, but out of respect and out of concern for the country and the safety of all. So I mean, that day stands out, I think, for everyone. And watching it again this morning was perhaps as traumatic as watching it the first time, if not more so. So I would like to, Greg, just maybe not a moment of silence, but just for all of us to just a moment of remembrance and reflection on those who lost their lives, those who responded, those who were in the neighborhood, those across the country and around the world who have memories of that day. So if we could just maybe take a moment.
Thank you, Patty. I'm going to go around the room
Okay.
first, maybe at the end of that. Francie? Kelly?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was woken up that morning. I had just graduated from college and moved back to the East Coast from California and was starting my post-college job search. And I woke to repeated phone calls from my brother and him just screaming like undecipherably into the phone, telling me to go look at the news and turn on the TV. And was staying in Boston at that time, and my sister was working in Boston, and we have friends and family who live in New York, and my family is from New York. So that all rings really, I just can remember that. And recently seeing the play here, Come From Away, if nobody has seen it, it's amazing. It was really hard to stay composed. It was about that day as well. I think in the response to that, our country really had to grapple with these tensions between securing ourselves and, putting security at the forefront with how we honor human rights. And, I think that there was a lot of tension there related to people's privacy, related to how we treated people who were from Middle Eastern countries in response to that. And, I think now I worry that our national dialogue has forgotten that we have wrestled with these things in the past. And I worry that, we are loosening our attitudes about the protection of human rights around the world. And I worry that we're watching violations of international rights and the laws of warfare in the war in Israel and in the war between Russia and Ukraine, and that we're kind of remaining silent to those, to those principles. And I think we should just continue to be reminded and inspired that these are really important things to protect, even if they feel really far away from us. There are reasons that our, international community has come together in the past to say we have to protect international rights, and we should demand that countries adhere to the laws of war, because we're watching hospitals get bombed, we're watching educational institutions get bombed, we're watching antiquities be destroyed. We should be horrified by that. And I hope that we can, even though it hasn't happened here, we have had to wrestle with that in our history from 9/11 and other pasts. And it's just a reminder for me that continues to be important to do.
Thanks, Kelly. Anybody else? Steve?
So I remember that day very well. I was almost to Carbondale Community School, where I taught first and second grade. Francie taught 7th and 8th grade, the day of 9/11. But the day that I really remember that impacted me more than any other was the day of the Columbine High School shooting, where I was at school that day. And that changed my way of thinking the rest of my life, that one event. As a school teacher, thinking, what would I do if someone came into the school armed or with a knife or a gun or something? And there were a few men in the school, but it was mostly women in an elementary school. And it would be up to the man teacher or the custodian or someone who's bigger and faster to try to surprise the attacker and subdue them and, get the weapon away from them. And when I heard about the teacher who was shot in the school just a few days ago, the man teacher trying to protect students, I imagine he had thought the same way, that it's his responsibility to go and try to do something about it right then. So that day actually affected me more than 9/11 did in terms of my own life. But all of these things are so tragic, and it makes me just want to have everybody in the world get along, because we're all humans and we all have way more similar things that we share as humans than we have differences because of political boundaries or national boundaries or economic boundaries or anything. So that would be my wish, to strive towards a peaceful world where everybody gets along and cooperates and works towards the common good of everybody. And that's what I wish would have come more out of 9/11, but it unfortunately didn't. It did for a while. We had the whole world on our side there for a short while, and we could have really, I think, achieved a more peaceful world right at that time if we had done the right steps as a country.
No, thanks, Steve. Lots to absorb and think about there. I'm going to keep us moving, if you don't mind. Okay, Patty would like to have a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, consent items, single reading. I'm going to go. Oh, another commissioner comment? Oh, thought you did.
No, I did, at
You've
your
got more.
invitation on 9/11, but.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to take this time to encourage everyone to get up to speed on the voting information. We have an election coming November 5th. It's always an exciting year in presidential elections, but folks travel, they move, there's a lot of information on the ballot, so I would just direct you all to pitkinvotes.com, which is Pitkin County's repository of election information. You can click on the button to check your voter registration and the mailing address that your ballot will be mailed to. You can sign up to receive notices, which I just think are the most wonderful thing, that you will be told your ballot has been mailed. Your ballot has been received. Your ballot has been cast. These are all wonderful ways to stay confident in the elections process. And so again, pitkinvotes.com for all of your Pitkin County election information.
Great, thank you. Good one. Any other commissioner comments? I did want to say that, Francie does.
You go ahead.
I think by now we've probably all received and I wanted to get it on the calendar, an invite to an event on October 4th. There's a Roaring Fork Safe Passages event. Beth Pratt, the woman who put together the wildlife crossing in California, the famous Annenberg crossing, which was a huge public project. I think it's still being completed. We'll be here to talk about how that went, and I think some other fairly important people in wildlife and conservation would be there as well. It's October 4th, and anyone who's interested in that should contact Cecily at roaringforksafepassages.org. But I wanted to find out if any of the commissioners are interested in going to that, and if we need to notice it if there's more than two of us.
I have it on my calendar.
It's on your calendar? Okay, maybe we should notice that. October 4th from 4 to 6:30. Thank you. That's it for me for now. And I'm going to keep us moving.
I have just a quick one.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so I just catch everybody up on the ranching world out there. Pretty much the second cutting of hay, which is the last cutting this year, I'm pretty sure, has been done. Ours got all baled at 12:30 last night. I didn't do it. I looked out the window. I watched out the window. And I've noticed other fields around us have their hay baled too. So probably another 3 weeks of cattle up in the high country, and then you'll see them on the roads coming back down again. The hay this year has been a little weird because we started out with really good rains and really quick growth, and then it got really hot in May. So all the grasses shot up their seed stalks. So it was thick on the bottom and then got tall, but there wasn't much tallness, just the little seed stalk on the grasses. So a lot of the hay is fairly lean this year. Plus, of course, our fields are eaten by elk every day, so it cuts into the production. But just a little update on where haying is. So most of the people have finished their haying, except for getting the bales out of the field.
Well, thanks for that. Important to have the farm report, Steve.
So
Capitol Creek?
when you were mentioning the elk eating the grass, the other day we had a yearling bear that was about 6 feet away from us outside the window. We're
wow.
watching it eating grass.
No kidding.
It was great going along grazing just like a cow.
Wow.
There are no acorns, there are virtually no berries up there.
Yeah.
So they have a lean food supply in the back country this year.
Yeah, we had a bear just completely destroy our grain bins for the chickens. Just put his claw right through it, ate all the grain. I mean, like lots of grain.
And the chickens?
Well,
Not the
the chickens had been killed the week before by a raccoon. Not the grown chickens, but all my babies were killed by a raccoon.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, we've
Life on the
got
farm.
wildlife.
Yeah, wow.
Could I ask Francie a quick question? Francie, when is the event taking place at the Jewish Center on Main Street? It's the Coalition for,
That is the 17th at 6:30, and it is an information night at the Jewish Community Center. A couple of weeks ago, Amory's group did a presentation there, and the Coalition for 21st Century Airport is doing a information night next. I think it's Tuesday night, the 17th.
and then I think
At
there's going to be a
6:30.
town hall meeting at the Wheeler, I think sometime the first part of
For
October.
Cole, the one for Cole.
No, this is regarding the airport. I think it's
Oh,
Odd
it's,
and
well,
Jackie
October
Fran-
4th, there's a debate,
Yeah,
and the plans aren't finalized for that yet.
just
but
we'll keep the public posted.
It's October,
I think it's the 4th
October 4th.
Really, boy, that's a busy
at the
day.
Wheeler, and it'll be, I think, Amory, Auden Schindler, and Jackie Francis.
What time of day?
And Greg
They're,
Goldfarb.
it's evolving.
Okay, don't know
So
yet.
we'll
Right.
just keep the public posted on that, so people have the opportunity to attend. It would be great information.
Great. Anything else? Going?
Thanks, Greg.
Okay, we're going to go to consent items, single reading. We've got the minutes of August 27th, Board of Social Services, August 28th and September 3rd, regular meeting and special meeting, resolutions on assessor's recommendation of an abatement petition over 10,000 submitted by the K2 Family Property LLC, and the resolution regarding an abatement petition for Matthew Smith and Jenny Connery upon recommendation of the hearing officer. Would I have a motion to approve these in one reading?
Yeah, so moved, please.
I'll second. I have a question. Can we just check in with the assessor's office that they don't have any comments related to the packet material for the abatement petitions? No?
No,
Not today?
no
Okay.
comments? Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Individual consideration items. This is a one reading item, resolution approving two additional projects for the 2024 EOTC budget and work plan. Linda is here.
I have a
You're here.
procedural question.
Uh,
Do we have to do a public hearing on this, or it's just a one read, simple read?
Doesn't say public hearing on my agenda, but I'm glad you asked.
Formal resolution.
It's a resolution, doesn't say informal, but it's a
It says one
one read.
reading.
If it's a one read, then it wouldn't.
Okay,
It would be?
It would not.
Would not be. Thank you. Okay.
thanks.
Linda, welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Is this on? Yeah.
It's hard to tell.
EOTC is here today to discuss and ask your approval for two late year small projects that we'd like to add to the 2024 work plan and budget. Those are the implement the transportation portion of the implementation of the Maroon Bells Comprehensive Recreation Management Plan, and then also a new proposal for a transportation planning process at the ABC. For the Maroon Bells plan, you all saw the presentation of that planning process in 2022. The team from Volpe Transportation Center that was hired to do that process has now recommended an implementation plan. There are several partners. The White River National Forest, which is their funding piece, would work on the sort of backcountry aspects of the plan. The transportation plan to and from the Bells, the partners are RAFTA, Picken County, City of Aspen, SKICO, and ACRA, the Chamber and Resort Association. The scope of work for that is looking at the capacity and efficiency of the RAFTA shuttle system, the reservations and the other aspects of that, the parking supply and reservation system, both for the parking lots and at the Highlands Garage, the considerable roadway user conflicts between buses, personal vehicles, cyclists, groups of rental e-bike customers and users, and then a potential direct transit service from Aspen right to the Bells instead of having service from Aspen instead of having people drive to the Highlands Garage and then get on the shuttle, thus reducing those extra trips through town. When the group decided to move ahead with the implementation piece of this, we thought that it made sense for the EOTC to be a partner in this, as it is a regional transportation interest, not just in the fact that it's a county road, but that the City of Aspen and Snowmass Village both have e-bike concessionaires that rent vehicles that send people up into there, and then all of the partners in the project. The EOTC piece of this would be $36,800 divided between the remaining of 2024, when the project would start, and then it will carry on into 2025. The plan is laid out in your packet of the tasks that would happen there. The EOTC staff is recommending that we participate in this and are asking for the funding for that. Any questions before I go on to the ABC part?
I'd have a question just regarding this is an opportunity to be as comprehensive as possible, especially at the ABC. The Maroon Bells makes perfect sense to me, and I would certainly have no questions about that. But I won't be, in light of the conversations that I've been having, one with Tori about including something like this at our next EOTC meeting. Hopefully that's not a total surprise to you, but we just talked about it yesterday or the day before. I want to make sure that we're expansive enough on the ABC transportation plan that we are really able to cast a wide net. And so that's my question. It sounds like maybe it gets more expensive as a result of that, or it takes more time. But this is the absolute very first thing we need to get right as we're trying to figure out a plan for Upper Valley transportation going forward.
You shifted from the Maroon Bells plan to the ABC.
No, I was on the ABC the whole time.
Because
That's
she
what I was
hasn't
talking
gotten there yet.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just
no
totally
problem.
confused.
No, I was just said the ABC I'm fine with, but that's what I'm concerned about. Anybody else?
The Maroon Bells.
On Maroon Bells?
No, I'm good on the Maroon Bells. We need to.
Okay.
Me too.
Okay then, thank you.
Thanks for that. We, just to introduce the ABC plan idea, was triggered by the moves from the city to start looking at the design and the transportation access in and out of the lumber yard. As you all know, there's going to be a signal added to 82 at the lumberyard entrance, but the bike and pedestrian access from the lumberyard to the regional bus stops and the ABC is going to change out there. There's going to be probably a frontage road access going along there. The right the right in, right out access point at the eastern or southern end of the lumberyard, that's going to close, which could shift some car traffic over to the main ABC entrance, which is Baltic Avenue and Sage Way. So when we were just looking at how we were going to work with all of those elements, we realized that the ABC never really had a transportation master plan ever. It started out as a sort of light industrial business park, but it has grown into what Brian Pettit is calling a small town without a post office. It's got a lot of residential, retail, grocery store, eateries, recreation accesses, fitness businesses, medical businesses. There's
Housing.
a lot going on out there that was never planned for transportation-wise. In addition, we have the access points to CMC, the RAFTA complex, and even Public Works. That is sort of Sageway is our bike and pedestrian route to the bus stops. So we thought this was a good opportunity to do some transportation planning out there.
Right.
Everyone's probably familiar with some of the problems. There's not a lot of sidewalks. There's no bike lanes. The whole development is underserved by parking. There's even lack of roadway connectivity across the different sections and the different services out there. So we feel that it's a good opportunity to start a process out there. Our estimate for that is $200,000 just to do the planning piece, which would have very significant stakeholder input process. And then that would be divided between the last 4 months here of 2024 and then into 2025. At the same time, we, through the infrastructure group at the county, are looking at the airport multimodal mobility plan. We applied for a RAISE grant to do that process. We were turned down in the first round, but we are, our application was very strong, so we're going to reapply, and we're doing a debrief on that process next week. So when and if that money comes through, we still feel a sort of rather urgent need to get going on the ABC piece.
Thank you. Question.
we are.
What was the grant amount requested? Just wondering what we're asking for that.
The RAISE grants tend to be very big projects, and so they were asking for a minimum of a $2 million planning process, which would be the whole airport, that whole region there.
Great.
So that's
what it was.
I
Okay.
believe that's what we're going to go with on the second
And
iteration.
when's
too.
the application due for that, or
That's January.
so that's in 2025?
Yes,
Got it.
and then it would likely be by the time the selection process and then actually getting the money would probably be another year.
Right. Regarding the last part, and then I'm going to open it up, was regarding the stoplight. The way you said the stoplight, the new stoplight, which it made it sound like it's a done deal or a foregone conclusion. And I have to say, I think I'll go down fighting against a stoplight there if I possibly can. So I'm hoping we're going to begin a process and really examine this and hope that an option of not having a light there, an additional light on 82, is part of that process. So I'm hoping that's not baked in at the beginning.
The last I have heard from Andrew Knapp, county engineer, who worked with CDOT a lot on that or was aware of that when it happened, it is a done deal, but we can, I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
sure.
that's on the lumberyard project, is that correct?
It's an access plan, a CDOT 82 access plan that was done.
Yeah, and so that's one that's been done as part of the city's project at the lumberyard. Greg, I don't think it precludes other efforts that are being talked about
Right.
long term, but it
And you're
would
familiar
be
with them, yeah.
it would be a duplicate expense if other options were to emerge in the future, and so that's a big difference.
Yeah.
Because I think you're concerned about the corridor and the planning that we may be doing as part of our multimodal with the airport. And those two projects are not in sync right now.
Right. I think that's hopefully the goal of this project is to create the synchronicity with that, with them, because if they're not in sync, that's just a big red flag. I'm going to go to Francie and
I was
then
going to say
Patty,
pretty
and
much
then-
the same thing. As you said, I don't think any of us are really in favor of planning a light at this point when they don't even have funding for the lumberyard yet. And I certainly am not inclined to spend $200,000 right now just to look at the AABC when we need to look at the entire thing as one. I mean, I don't want to have a whole lot of money put into a plan for the AABC without connecting that with the airport and just the whole corridor into Aspen. So I'm a little confused about why we would do it's EOTC money that would be.
Yes.
Anyway, I just feel like it's premature to try to do a plan for the AABC when we don't know where the lumberyard is going. And it sounds like they have traffic plans for the lumberyard, which might not coincide with what we're trying to do with the city now anyway, and Snowmass. So that's my initial take on it, Linda. No offense to you, but
It's scary. It's just scary is what it is.
I'm gonna make a comment.
Yeah, there's
Patty,
a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a lot. Patty and then Kelly.
I think
And then Rye.
I just want to respond to Patty's initial question about procedurally where we at. I was just looking at the resolution that's in your packet today, and it is styled as a formal resolution with set up for 2 readings. Where it's placed in the agenda is under a single reading. I do think that 2 readings is appropriate for this particular action, given what the substance of the ask is in it. So that's not something that can't be resolved, because usually we would notice for the second meeting. I am anticipating that we might not have time to notice a public hearing and second reading for the 25th at this point. I think, well, maybe Jeanette and Sam could get that out tomorrow, but I think the board could treat this as first reading and set it for second reading and a public hearing. I just don't know to do that whether you'd have time for the 25th, or it'd be probably safer to do it for the first meeting in October so that Jeanette and Sam had time to notice it. So anyway, that's just a point of order. Sorry to interrupt the discussion, but that's
Thanks, Rye.
where
No,
things
that's
sit right
really
That's
important.
helpful.
That's important.
yeah,
Patty.
I'm concerned about the signal. There is a state law, I want to say, about separation of signals on a state highway. And we already breached that with Harmony Road when we put Harmony Road in between Owl Creek and Baltic. And that happened over a golf game at the golf course with the then governor. I will not forget that fateful day. That's why we don't have a roundabout going through the Maroon Creek Club to access Burlingame. So I would be concerned as to how they're gonna get another signal in that stretch. And I'm hopefully will not be on the Board of Commissioners when they do that, because the public's gonna be outraged to have another signal along that stretch of already jammed up traffic. So I think there needs to be a public process to see how the public, the commuters, not just the people who live in that neighborhood, but the people who use that section of highway. So that would be a recommendation I'd have. And I agree with the concept that we're looking at the whole plan between the airport, the lumberyard, the ABC, the access from the intercept or park and ride into town. I mean, right now that's all up in the air. So expending $200,000 to study something when we don't know what's happening across the street just yet is of interest. But I think the city of Aspen and Snowmass have already approved this.
Yeah, I apologize for forgetting to mention that in the beginning.
Yeah.
I have I was
Yeah,
just
so
gonna
I
add-
don't know where we stand, but if anything, and I don't know if they did a 2-read, but I think we should follow the process. But, yeah, I don't know how we nip this in the bud now if they've already moved it forward, so.
I'd like to just discuss making this the first read, approving the funding, knowing that the scope of this study is going to expand and that we're at the very beginning of it, but the sooner we start, the better, would be what you said. It's like, to begin this now, even if we're taking baby steps, makes a lot of sense to me, just so we get started and we know we're allocating funds, but I'd love to hear what others think. Kelly?
Well, I guess I just would like to understand a little more clearly. I mean, we know that that intersection is a grade D, great. And that there's lots of concerns there now.
At Baltic?
Yeah. And just
Mess.
the concerns in the ABC. I mean, there's, it's a mess. Trying to pull out of the car wash and people pulling out from North 40 and trying to get out of Roxy's parking lot and folks there's no striping on the crossing to get over to the RAFTA stop for pedestrians to even get over safely. I don't know. So I guess I want to understand if this is trying to look at
All of
sort
that.
of things that exist now that require improvements, as opposed to sort of future planning that we know is going to have a much bigger scope.
When Andrew Knapp, our county engineer, had a meeting with the housing director for the city of Aspen about the lumberyard, that's what triggered this whole discussion. And we realized that there are so many issues at the ABC now, such as that's a big one, the Baltic and Sage situation. We felt that there was enough to get started on just in the ABC piece, not knowing if we're going to get this raised funding or when the other pieces of the airport layout plan and the multimodal plan might get us staged for that planning process. So we feel there are enough acute safety and access issues at the ABC now that we wanted to get going on it. That
I
explains
support that. I agree with that.
Understanding the situation on the ground is
Yeah.
best, yeah.
So
Francie.
that would not then connect it to where the lumberyard's going to be? It wouldn't touch the whole frontage road thing? Or, I mean, I could see supporting something that is just within the ABC, but not its access to 82 or further towards where the lumberyard's going to be. I mean, how specific is it? Is it like,
Well, right now, there's a bike and pedestrian path that goes in front. It's the ABC path that accesses that. Where the edge of the lumberyard now is, and then there's a connection into the ABC, that is going to look different. There is likely to be a frontage road connecting over there
running north
Mountain
and south?
Rescue, all the way to
Yes.
Mountain Rescue.
between, it would be between the path and the highway, so that, and the signal, of course, is drivers accessing the signal into the lumberyard could then also access the ABC along that frontage road.
So they
That is
turn
not
right in and
100%
then turn
baked.
left.
So you're saying that this planning process would include planning for the signal?
It would, yes.
May I, real quick? One of the problems is the queuing between the lumberyard project and the highway with a signal. There wasn't enough room to have a queue because it would create its own traffic jam. That was one of the big issues when the discussion. The concern now will be people turning right at the signal at the lumberyard if the signal goes in there, and then having to make a quick left to get on the access road, the frontage road, and cross the bike path.
Right,
I mean,
there's nowhere
there
for
are
them
so
to
many
go,
issues.
yeah.
We did not too many years ago study the internal part of the ABC when we put in a right turn lane, expanded the left turn lanes coming out of the ABC at Baltic. That was a whole study trying to figure out parking. That was a nightmare because the streets aren't wide enough for parking on county streets, which is also illegal to cannot park on a county road. Internally in the ABC, without the need, that isn't even taken into consideration, bike passage or bike lanes and sidewalks in internal part of the ABC. There's just not enough space. It wasn't designed to incorporate all of those forms of transportation. So that's when we did do improvements to Baltic at the intersection at Highway 82. But that's now being exceeded by the amount of traffic coming and going.
Right, thanks, Patty.
I
John, go
do
ahead.
think that sorry.
No,
Greg.
go ahead.
I do think that this would part of the problem we have is we have two major capital projects that are on different timelines and they're at different levels of planning right now. We're working towards a larger transportation plan that really involves a whole corridor, but we do have a major project that's impacting a portion of our community that we already have concerns about in terms of access and safety issues. And if you look at the scale of what we're talking about between, it is a $200,000 study. I think a lot of that work would feed future planning. It doesn't necessarily mean this board is approving a light, but until there is that broader planning and such, that is going to be probably the option to access the lumberyard. And I don't know if there's,
Unless we come up with a better plan.
unless even out of this effort there's a better plan.
Right.
But I suspect the better plan is probably a much bigger conversation on what we're talking about with this study.
Right, thank you. Steve and then Francie.
So kind of along the lines of what Francie said, I think this study should be all the way from Owl Creek Road to Service Center Road to encompass the ABC area. When you talk about adding another light, we need to get rid of the light at Harmony and correct that mistake that was made years ago, I think, and have we should have a frontage road starting at Owl Creek, the Owl Creek light, that would go all the way to Service Center Road, that you could access Harmony Lane, you could access the Mountain Rescue, you could go to the Lumberyard project, you could go to all of the AABC, to the North 40, to the RAFTA and the Picken County property, all off of one road that would run all the way along parallel to Highway 82. And I think to solve the problem, I think that's what we need.
On the
It's
Burlingame
more
side or the
comprehensive
airport
than just,
Which
Look,
side
I
are
don't
you
want to get
picturing?
too deep into planning this yet.
yeah.
Because
But-
that crosses open space.
Now,
and all
if we're
this.
planning a smaller area, I think one of the prerequisites would be that nothing could be built unless it took into account. You don't want to build something and then tear it out 5 years later to put in the proper solution,
Well.
because that'd be a
there's
waste,
the rub.
it's a waste of good money.
So there's a philosophy that was shared with me, which I just thought was fun. I have to share with all of you, is that if we look at a problem, like we're all identifying that we have a problem, we're trying to figure out a present forward solution. The designer, Edward, who we've been talking to about, how do you approach something as complicated as what we're talking about? Because it only gets more complicated. He said, what you really want to do is think about where you want to be in 30 years and look backward, work backward from that. And so you're kind of doing that, but it has to be done in a larger play. And when Edward, who's from Denmark, brought it up, he said it's backwards thinking. And I just love that. So
I have another
go
analogy
ahead.
from Jack Cohen on our FAB board said to me, if you're in the gym and you have a really, really, really heavy weight, do you push it or do you pull it? And he said, you pull it. So it's like you're looking at what you need and then
looking where you want to go.
Yes, pulling it towards you.
Backwards thinking.
Right. I will, but I just have I have some concerns. I think that they're on both sides of the road, right? On the airport, we have a sense of some very fixed things. We know what our airport layout plan says as far as the big picture, geometry of where the terminal is intended to go, et cetera. We have things on the ABC side, which are assumed to be fixed, the road alignment as they are now, the placement of buildings and homes, the placement of grocery store and the gas station. There's some things over there that's fixed. I think what I'm troubled with is trying to do this about the thing that's not there yet. And we've not ever received a presentation about the lumber yard. So it's, I think that I feel like, we could plan in a way that identifies and acknowledges what's fixed and try to solve problems for the things that aren't going to change. but we're planning for a solution that has the most movable parts to it. And so that's what's hard for me, you know,
And
because
the
I
airport
think,
isn't there yet either, the new multimodal at the airport.
right,
Yeah.
right. You know, because like there's just sort of a compete. So for me, I'm like, yeah, I want to support planning around the things that we know that are fixed, that the solutions are going to make sense. But it's harder to sort of say, let's plan for things that could be very much in flux, you know? And I think just when we've heard our presentations from Edward and, you know, is some visions for like how much car infrastructure do we even need to accommodate? Like without answering that question, it's hard to want to plan there, you know, because the vision is like, well, let's reduce car circulation altogether in that area and in the ABC. I don't know. So I support a scope of planning that is going to deal with what the problems that we know that are going to still be there in 20 years if we do nothing.
Or worse, it'll be worse.
But, well, I don't know, maybe it'll be better, you know, maybe people will take car on demand to get on the RAFTA instead of driving from the North 40, you know? So I'm not sure if that's clear, but I guess just without fully understanding the scope of work, it's hard to want to have the lumberyard be the thing that we're planning around because we haven't integrated what that use is going to be with the airport use. And I think there's a very vibrant discussion on trying to solve for both of those.
Okay, so how do we bring this back to a proposal that helps us understand the situation on the ground, which I think is what your study is for? You're not planning the lumberyard at this point, I don't think, but you're trying to understand possibility. How do we get back to something we can get started on today and move forward? And I may need John to help too because
We really just, the discussions between the housing folks in the city of Aspen about the lumberyard and starting to look at connecting it into the ABC to us, you know, and Andrew, the county engineer, and then the EOTC staff, it felt urgent because they were starting to look at that design. And we didn't want to be caught behind in integrating all of those movements on that side of the highway. And then knowing that if we do get this RAISE grant to do this much more comprehensive process of planning the airport multimodal piece, which aspects of that could reach across the road for sure, we felt the urgency to look at the ABC now because of the timing of the lumberyard. That maybe could change, or I can't really speak to that.
It can expand on the back end,
Yeah.
right?
Well, you know, we should ask ourselves, like, are we going to do that planning regardless of whether we get the grant or not? You know, my answer is probably yes. And my guess at the EOTC is probably yes. So while we want to obviously leverage as much grant funding as there is out there, like, I think we should answer the question, are we going to commit to paying for it anyway? We have a $6.5 million reserve, you know, is $2 million from that a really appropriate use to do this, and I don't know if a RAISE grant can refund us on that or not.
No,
You know,
they
but
didn't.
again, like, I don't know, like, maybe we shouldn't do this, like, be forced into urgent planning at a cheaper budget if we're gonna want to do the very comprehensive, very thoughtful, very forward-looking planning anyway, regardless of who pays for it.
I don't think it's an urgent plan. I think the urgency is to begin. It's not that we want a rushed plan, if that's what you're saying. I think what we want to do
Well,
is
I
begin
feel like what
now.
she said, they're gonna
There's a
build
sense
this
of
project
urgency,
starting
yeah.
next
Well,
year,
The lumberyard,
is their
yeah.
That's their
intention.
plan,
And
yeah,
so
that
we
is
need
their
to
plan.
figure it out.
Can I, real quick?
Yeah.
What Francie said, but since City of Aspen and Snowmass have already approved it, I'm not comfortable approving it without a discussion with them to see if they've heard our comments and concerns. So I would like to bring it back at an EOTC meeting, hopefully we'll have one in October, and see, because right now we're gonna if we fail to move this forward, we're gonna be flying in the face of the other two jurisdictions, and I'd like them to hear our comments and concerns.
Thanks, Patty. Francie?
Yeah, I would like to put off this until we see if we got the other grant in January. And then if we want to add it to that grant, this amount of money, or I just feel like this is a little bit premature, and I do want to honor Aspen and Snowmass and their decisions. I like the idea of bringing it up at the EOTC meeting and making a decision all together then. I just feel like this is money that could be wrapped up in a larger vision.
Do we need to push this forward in order to even be prepared for the raise grant? Does this need to happen
Doesn't
in
have
order
anything
for
to
us
do
to
with the
be,
raise grant.
to actually submit, hopefully the better version of the raise grant or not?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Probably not, okay.
We wanted to get started on it now because the lumberyard discussions are happening now. But certainly with the timing of everything, if you all feel it should be discussed at the EOTC meeting, which is 4 months away, 3 months away.
Well, we were talking about
wanna hear
October
what my
24th, I
Snowmass
thought, for some.
October 23rd, 2 months,
No?
yeah. Then we
Is
could
that
still,
still on the count?
For budget,
yeah,
Or-
2024.
For EOTC budget, did you mean?
we're gonna be, yeah, I think we're gonna be having one EOTC meeting a year going forward, really around work plan and budget, just with, just what we've experienced this year.
We haven't made that
going-
decision yet, or even discussed it yet.
I agree. As a practical matter, we have not had a quorum to do that this year. I think what y'all are wrestling with is, that long-term planning and vision and wanting things to be synced up. In order to do that, the conversation probably needs to happen with the city of Aspen about their willingness to slow down, right? Because this broader transportation planning isn't going to happen before next year. We have to work through our airport planning process, sync that up. We don't have our project designed. We don't have an approved ALP, which we hope to have soon. But we have a number of steps where our programming and project timeline is going to lag behind the at least intended project that's happening at the lumberyard. And I think that's what we're trying to really wrestle with here, is those two major capital projects are not synced up timeline wise. And the lumberyard project does have some capability to move forward regardless of what we are doing with broader transportation planning and seek approvals for access. And I think our concern is, if that happens, we don't want to be caught completely flat-footed with the other issues with the ABC. It does potentially lead to some longer-term inefficiencies, right? As you sync those projects up, you may be changing things. I think in the world of imperfect options for us, as staff's recommendation that we try and get aligned to the greatest degree we can on the lumberyard and ABC portion, and that work would eventually feed into, but I don't think it precludes bigger picture options that we don't know if those are feasible yet. We don't know if those are going to come to realization yet. And it may be years after a lumberyard project is built that they would. And so we're trying to plan for both. And that was the purpose, I think, of this request coming forward. That said, you can have that discussion, but I just want to be really clear on what are we asking for here. I think everyone's in agreement that we should do broader transportation planning. I don't think everyone's in agreement of how we would time these major capital projects to accomplish that.
Right, and when you say everyone, you mean the city as
City,
well?
yeah,
as-
correct.
Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause
right.
the city's not gonna wanna delay or slow down. They've already delayed and slowed down. And it's a matter of dollars, because the longer you delay and slow down, the more costly it is.
I
The
don't wanna
problem
make that
for me is
assumption.
that I don't want us to be pushed into a hole we can't get out of by, oh, we're putting in the intersection, putting in a signal, no turning back now. And I don't want to say that that's a decision we've made on the airport to put a signal in on the other side that ties in with the lumberyard, so it's a four-way signal. I'm not sure that we are there yet. So I would really rather bring it back and find out why Snowmass and City of Aspen, what their discussion was to support this. Maybe they can convince us or give us more information from where they're seeing it that we don't have here at this table right now.
Okay.
Okay,
I just want to be
so-
sure we're clear on.
So it sounds like what I'm hearing from you is you want to continue this conversation.
When's our EOTC meeting planned?
October 24th.
We could continue a second reading until after that, or we could deny it now and bring it back after the EOTC meeting.
If you
have two
approve it
readings.
on first reading, then you'd have the advantage of just having one reading after the OTC to move it forward. And Ryan, do you see any problems with that?
I do not.
And so that may be the
Make
quicker
sure you
path.
continue
I
it to the
would
date
like to
certain.
make a motion to approve this on first reading, continue it to second reading for November the 6th,
I will
after the
second.
election.
Okay, we have a second. Further conversation. Do those dates sound appropriate? 6th, okay. It'll be a big conversation.
That gives us time to hear what Snowmass and City of Aspen felt and why they decided to
And
move
I
forward.
think, yeah, it'll allow us to chime together more information, but we're starting the process, and I think that's important.
And we'll
This
do our
would
best
be-
to make sure everybody has a quorum there. We'll work on that.
So then this would be an item at the October 24th EOTC meeting.
Yes.
Definitely.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm going to
Thank you.
abstain.
And we have a four yes, one abstain. Passes.
The only
On
thing
first
I would
reading.
add is if Jeanette and Sam aren't watching right now, is whomever the staff is that's responsible for this item, make sure that they communicate with Sam about noticing second reading for that date. So,
I will get with Jeanette and Sam right
Well
away.
done.
Cool.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Linda.
Thank you so much.
It
Linda.
was
Isn't
a
it
good
fun to come see
discussion.
us?
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion. Thanks,
Yeah, I'm sure you did. I'm not sure
We're
you
so
do
easy to
now.
get along with.
Thanks, Linda. Good to see you.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're going to move to individual consideration items. First reading set for public hearing on September 25th. First is a reso approving third quarter budget supplementals, and Connie is here. Come on down.
Good
Hi,
afternoon.
you again.
Me again. Yesterday, the board spent considerable time with staff going over all of these supplemental requests. There were quite a few, and some issues that are a little more complicated in the scope of different projects. So we had a 2-hour work session going through these requests. I will give a brief summary of them. A number of them are related to the board's climate initiatives. As I was thinking back on the requests, there's really a lot going on in the climate area and also working on housing. In the general fund, there are 4 requests from community development, one for their Vision 2050 plan, one for Sage's software development, building contracted services, and long-range planning contracted services. These are all increases to their budget for ongoing projects that just have a bit higher costs than what was originally included. From the assets department, there's the jail sewer line repairs, Health and Human Services building layout analysis, and then in the ambulance district fund, HVAC upgrades. The resiliency department is would like to apply for a grant for sustainable aviation fuel feasibility study. So there's an appropriation for that. In housing, 2 housing units, one in Elk Run, one at the ABC, that both need renovations. Public Safety Radio Fund, along with Dispatch E911, putting in a digital trunk radio site at Redstone for radio connectivity in the Crystal River Valley. Healthy Rivers Fund, some technical services work on the Lincoln Creek water quality. Airport Fund has 3 requests, one to redo the AOC retaining wall, and then 2 that came out of the Airport Advisory Board, one for noise monitoring study and another for a wind study. The Airport and General Fund together, there's a grant involved for a geothermal heating district feasibility study. And then Open Space and Trails has 3 requests, one for a contribution for Roaring Fork Safe Passages, one for Deer Creek Ranch Solar System, and then one for a smaller increase for the Gerbus Bridge. So those are all of the requests. Again, they were discussed at length yesterday, so the board should be pretty familiar with them. They will increase the total county budgeted expenditures by almost $3.3 million, offset by an increase in budgeted revenue of $1.1 million, for a total increase, net increase in budget of about $2.15 million. Any questions or concerns with the requests in this resolution?
Great, and this is something we've spent about an extra hour on yesterday almost.
Yeah, got a technical glitch in there that I don't forget.
Right,
Can't
including
blame it
that.
all on Connie. I just like to, at some point, we seem to have a lot of budget increases after when we approve a budget. So if you could bring back to us at some point, or just if the board's not interested, but I'd like to see what our total of increases for the year.
I can bring that back to you.
Yeah, is, and how that's offset by grants or whatever we've had, just to see how much we've actually increased our budget that we approved last November. So I think that's interesting. And on one of the items, I understand the need for the Human Health Services building because of change in services that are being provided, but I still think $50,000 to evaluate space, and we just keep doing that in all of our buildings, and then we come up with a new plan and we pay for somebody else to come in and evaluate our space. And I just wish we were putting in the money into improving the space, not continuing to evaluate space. So that one's a tough one, but I understand with change in the homeless shelter and the other issues out there.
Detox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's still a tough one for me.
Steve?
So I wanted to bring up the $50,000. I wanted to bring up the $50,000 for the Health and Human Services building also. Riding on the bus this morning with Jeffrey Woodruff, he brought this up. He said, $50,000 really? He is an architect. He said he could do it for a whole lot less, that sort of planning. So then I start looking at the list, and we're talking about responses leaving in 6 months. There's the mental health strategic planning coming in the upcoming year. We have the offices in Basalt. We're trying to figure out how to integrate them into this whole thing. Lift Up is only using their space 1 day a week. There's all these moving parts that I don't know if we are ready to do this study, but maybe the 50,000 actually would help then plan all these transitions for people moving in, people moving out, try to resolve the whole homeless daycare issues, which I think are bigger than we have talked about. That requires more thought and more study, I think. So maybe the 50,000 is appropriate to deal with these complexities. You have any thoughts on that, John?
Yeah, so the architectural side, I agree with. Once you understand what you're programming towards, the architectural side is not the major expense here. What is understanding the programming side, which is the moving parts of our nonprofit partners who are in a pretty volatile environment. In some cases, it's understanding legal requirements, like the separation of our homeless and detox populations, and what those programming requirements are, and then how we physically accomplish that. What's happening with our food insecurity programs, what's happening with our other nonprofits. And so there's a lot of work that will be done on what you'd call the programming side, which is understanding what the needs are and how you align the physical space to that. That is not just conversations with us. It's conversations with partners and helping them understand, and that will be time consuming. So I think you're focused in on the right things. And I know we always say, well, why can't staff do that? Take something off our plates. I mean, seriously, it really is a time issue and capacity issue that we have. And so that's why we're looking for some additional capacity.
Thanks, John. Okay, that seems to be the only issue within the supplementals. I would like to know how you guys, anybody have no comment? I think what I've heard is that this is complicated. It's always crazy to pay to plan, but if you don't pay to plan, you end up making mistakes that might cost you a lot more, or maybe it just doesn't happen. And so, yeah, I agree, Patty. It's always painful to spend money on planning, but if we don't, we get probably a worse scenario.
It wasn't that long ago we planned the building, and now we're replanning it, and the same thing with this building. We just keep,
everything's dynamic too,
we
right?
just keep replanning our plans.
Well, we're dynamic. Things change all the time, and things are changing, and perhaps more rapidly now with what's happening out there. I would entertain a motion to approve the budget supplementals. I think we've noted the comments from everyone.
Can I make one more?
Kelly.
I mean, I just would note that what stuck with me from GR yesterday was, you know, we don't have people on staff who are drafting plans. We're actually sitting down with the software to sit and draw a variety of layouts to accommodate what a space looks like. I mean, he may know how to do that. I don't know if we even have software where he
Probably
could
does.
do that,
The
but
time.
you know, yeah, it's the time. It's the time for that. So I just think that's sort of a service area that we just don't have in-house.
No, I also just want to say I appreciate our incoming commissioner's offer to work for free.
No, he was just saying it's $250 an hour times 200 hours
But
to evaluate his space need is what Jeffrey was saying.
I just want to say, when he gets elected, he won't be able to offer to go to work for us.
He wasn't offering to go to work for us. I think Steve misunderstood that.
I'm teasing him now. The thing that scares me is that when you bring a lot of expertise to a policy-making seat, it kind of
I'm going to remind you of that, Greg.
remind him of that. Okay, so did somebody make a motion? No, I didn't hear a motion yet. Is anybody willing to?
Yeah, I will move to approve on first reading the third quarter budget supplemental requests and set for public hearing on Wednesday, September
And
25th.
so we'll have another crack at this, Patty and
second.
Steve. And
I'll
so we've got I've got a second from
And I
Francie. And
would
then
just
Steve.
like to add a
I'll
comment
third
that you'll bring back those numbers as far as how much we've increased our budget since we approved it last year.
I will.
And
And an
I just-
itemized on this one. Let's
I just-
not break that 50,000 down and see what it's really buying, just so we know.
I don't think we know
if it
that,
needs
but
any-
I just don't want to, I'm just tired of replanning space. It sounds so NASA-ish.
Imagine what they're trying to do right now. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. It passed even.
You don't have people
Imagine
stuck in the
after that conversation, it
We have
still
to send
passed
non-astronauts
unanimously.
up to get,
You have consent.
to clear room on the bus to bring them home.
And that's set for second reading on September 25th.
Those guys are probably getting really dizzy.
Okay, who's next? Paul Holsinger is here to talk about approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for the Albany North Thompson property.
As always, I have some maps. That's going to take me a second to get going. But the J&A Albany property is a beautiful piece of land up in the Thompson Divide. We talked about it when they came through with a land use application. And I'll get this map up here in just a second. But what the family did is they went through a land use process to rezone their property to CDPUD, Conservation Development Planned Unit Development, so they could take advantage of some square footage allowances, but then turn right around and conserve the property and use that square footage as compensation for their conservation easement donation. That process went through the land use process, and now we're at the point where we're ready to finalize this conservation easement, excuse me, and I'll bring up the map right now. Zoom out. I had to pull a quick map just to show kind of where it is, because it's off in the distance. It is in Pitkin County. The Pitkin County line kind of runs right here. Carbondale sits up here. This is the property we're
Just
looking
out of
at.
interest, where's the west side of Pitkin County in relation to that? It's got to be pretty close, isn't it?
Yeah,
Maybe
the
it's
line is, it might come through here somewhere.
Is it 4 Mile? Is that the line?
4 Mile?
4 Mile Road?
The line over here is Marion Cemetery. So here's Sunlight Ski
Oh,
Area.
the cemetery is the line?
Yeah,
Oh,
pretty
no
much.
kidding.
It's close.
How close is Sunlight to Pitkin County?
It's, within a mile or so.
Okay.
Over the
It's
hill.
actually, we have a conservation easement over.
Have 5 ski areas.
What'd you say, Greg?
He said it.
What'd you say?
He wants to annex
And
it.
have 5 skiers instead of 4.
We need
So-
some more ski areas in Pitkin
Let's
County.
connect it all with the gondola.
There you go.
So
Now you're thinking ahead.
here's
Okay.
here's a new map that I put together here. It kind of shows that this in-holding area. A few years ago, Pitkin County Open Space purchased this 400-acre parcel, Thompson Divide Ranch, from the Hunt family. And it's turned into a lot of good conservation outcome. The Arbanese had already dedicated a conservation easement on the north 80 acres. The entire square is 160 acres. This conservation easement is granted to Aspen Valley Land Trust. And John Starr's property, who we finalized the conservation easement on today,
I saw it.
Congrats.
signed it. Finally, we were getting through some details, which was a pure donation. That is done. So this in-holding in this Thompson Divide area is coming along pretty well, and this just adds to that conservation benefit to the entire area. One more further zoom in. This is what the property looks like. It has a beautiful section of North Thompson Creek, this wide riparian area that really gives a good conservation values to the entire thing, as well as some grazing land that the family will maintain. And the existing house sits right here. I think there's a 2-acre envelope around it. The property is going to be protected with our standard conservation easement, though we sat down with the family and put in some extra explicit permissions so that they could put in lay-down fencing, which is wildlife-friendly fencing that in the summer it's got more than 5 strands, but it's really just to help keep the cows in. But in certain times of year, fall to spring, the fence just comes down, lays on the ground. So we've allowed that. We've also made some explicit permissions for them to work with Colorado Parks and Wildlife to put in some improvements to the creek to increase fish production. This stretch of the creek is potential cutthroat habitat, native cutthroat habitat, and they've already talked with CPW to possibly do that. And when they move forward with that, we'll probably work with them as well on our open space property downstream.
Is that heavy equipment work or hand work?
I don't know.
Beavers.
The fish houses that they're looking at are
Or fishermen.
in bank structures. I don't think it needs a whole lot of work, but we'll see what that is. Obviously, the stream section here is functioning pretty well.
Yeah, I would hate to see heavy equipment drive through there.
Yeah.
You could drive up that road.
I have a feeling that you can't
What
really
about the
do
fields?
much heavy machinery work within that riparian area anyway, so we all see it. But I'm happy to bring this forward for a first reading. The family is excited to move this on. They're really pushing to get this done quickly. As we all know, Jack Arbony is in poor health, and they all want to get this legacy done for all of their generations. I think 6 generations have grown up there, and I think Jeffrey Woodruff, our future commissioner, has encouraged them to go through a centennial ranching status in the next few years once they hit that status. And yeah, we're ready to get this done. And I think Jocelyn Wood, the family's representative, is online listening. But I can answer any questions, or she can.
Questions, Francie? and then
How about the access across the Burchard Place? Is that still an ongoing issue, or?
It is an ongoing issue, indeed. The county has access right now. There's not much I can say except that,
Separate from the conservation easement.
I know, it's just,
yeah, we're
Unfortunate.
still working with the family, keeping in touch. We talked with John Starr earlier today, and
So,
but what about the other people who use that road for access, like the Stars and the Perrys, and do they have access?
I don't know, but we are working with them. We're up to date with them. I think they're going to have a meeting soon that we'll probably participate in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great,
and
thanks.
Steve, if you don't ask a question about a fence, I'm gonna be very disappointed.
Steve's question, and then I want to see if
Oh,
Jocelyn wants to
this
say
is
more.
about noxious weeds, actually, not
Oh,
I had fences on here
So-
with Steve.
It does have the standard clause in there about that they will be expected to control the noxious weeds. And
correct.
right away, I remembered our site visit up there where there were lots of oxeye daisies all around the cabin.
Mhm.
So I hope that their family understands that this is important to control, to be able to recognize and spend some time and money and physical labor controlling the noxious weeds, including the oxeye daisies, which maybe they think are just a nice, pretty thing to have around there. But knowing the habits of oxeye daisy, it could cover the whole meadow there in short order. And I think they maybe need to be reminded, give a gentle nudge to really deal with those before they take over a large part of the property.
Absolutely. We've worked with Ty, Jack's grandson, who actually leases Thompson Divide Ranch, with working with him on noxious weed management. So he's familiar. As you know, it's a constant battle. But the good thing about a conservation easement, it gives us a foot in the door, and we can meet with them every year and make sure that their strategies are working and see if they need any help.
Great, thanks, Paul. Thanks, Steve. Jocelyn, I just wanted to invite you to say anything if you'd like to. Otherwise, we're going to keep moving.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak, Greg. The Arbony family is just thrilled with the outcome of their land use application, and they are anxious to get this conservation easement done. As you know, they're going to be receiving some TDRs in exchange for what they have agreed to do with the property. So that will enable them, I think, to better manage and handle the ranch in a more appropriate way, maybe than the next generation would have been able to do, given financial strains of living in this valley. So that's the good news about keeping this property in the Arbony family and having them get some funding to do the things that need to be done. So we appreciate everything the BoCC has done and look forward to getting this conservation easement signed and recorded. Thanks.
Thanks, Jocelyn. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. This is first reading. It'll set for a public hearing on the second reading on September 25th. And if anybody'd like to make a
I would
motion.
love to make a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for the Albany North Thompson property.
And I'm happy to second it.
Patty and then Francie. Further discussion?
Thanks, Paul.
Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, thank you, and congratulations, thank you.
Great work, Paul.
Okay, Paul's not going anywhere.
Nope.
Up next, this is an ordinance approving an exchange agreement between Cloud 10 Aspen LLC and the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County for the conveyance of conservation and trail easements and scenic covenant in exchange for access easement.
Yes, thank you. I have a map for this as well. So, what we have here is Open Space and Trails staff have been working for about a year with the landowners of Cloud 10 Aspen LLC to come up with some beneficial public benefits for the county, as well as for them to meet their goals for their property. And the neighborhood here is this 55-acre parcel.
Anyway, you can zoom in on that just so
Yeah, I have another map. I can just zoom in just like that. But it sits right off the edge of Shadow Mountain. This is kind of the ridge that, if you look out the window, kind of heads up that way. This is the ski area. This is Summer Road that comes all the way up from town. But this 55-acre parcel is a rural and remote parcel, has an interesting history attached to it. But in recent history, Matt Holstein and Ryan Olson, who are in the gallery here, bought this property and approached the county to come up with a solution to build a rural and remote cabin and come up with a way to gain access across two partially owned Pitkin County pieces. They're in this kind of bluish gray color right here. And their plan was to exchange access over this existing Park Tunnel Road, that's what we call it, in exchange for a public trail easement on this existing mining road that's already on their parcel. We started working with them, and throughout the course of the year, came up with a plan to get as much public benefit as the county could in exchange for what they needed to have a land use application that would be accepted by ComDev to place a cabin here. The things that we came up with were a trail easement to benefit the county and the public, conservation easement over this 55-acre parcel, except for 5 acres kind of to the north, so they could pursue that building site, as well as a scenic covenant on the building site. And we have the ability to kind of dictate what we want to happen on the access road coming through. I'm going to zoom out just to give us a little more context as well, and why Open Space and Trails staff and the board are in favor of this plan. So here's where you can see, I believe, the county building where we're sitting is probably off screen, somewhere over here. And here's Shadow Mountain. This is the recently acquired Pride of Aspen conservation easement for Pitkin County, City of Aspen property. These pink lines are, looks like a bowl of spaghetti. These are our recreation easements. These are our Nordic easements kind of off to the side. But these trails, these are recreation and access easements that have been acquired through various land use processes throughout the years. And they are in the location they are in right now because there is what we and the city have called an ore cart trail. It goes back to the mining days, and we believe there used to be a rail that came around and went to a tipple or something. I think there's some historic sign that interprets that over in this area. But we've been slowly acquiring these assets over the years with the hopeful intention of creating some sort of route that could create a loop around Shadow Mountain for the general public. This trail easement is a big piece of it. It would almost, but not quite, connect those two the assets that are already available. There's a few blank spots here that you can see. It gets us a lot closer. The Open Space and Trails Board looked at this, and they had some questions about whether it was appropriate to put a trail up through the gulch, because it's a beautiful area. It's probably utilized by wildlife, and the consensus of the board was that, you know, it's better to obtain this asset now while we have friendly landowners willing to do it, and then in the future, if wildlife data comes through and says that, hey, maybe it's not the best place for a trail, or seasonal restrictions are appropriate, which I would assume is probably would happen, or, you know, use restrictions, then we can make that decision when the time comes. But it's better to get this in the system. It won't be open to the public right away, and we can have time to study this area and make sure it's a good asset for the future. In addition to all that, just like the last project I presented, we'll have a conservation easement on 50 acres of really important hillside, and we'll have the ability to work with landowners into the future to have a foot in the door to help with land management. If there's any sort of, you know, I'm just hypothesizing that maybe there's some beetle issues up there, we can work with them to come up with solutions to help fix that whole hillside, or, you know, work with them. Here's a 3D view of kind of what that looks like. Kind of gives you a better idea of what that 55 acres looks like. Like I said, this platform is already done, which is a benefit as well. In addition to all that, we've got a scenic covenant that's going to restrict the types of materials the cabin can be made out of, restrict where it can be seen from. Castle Creek is down here. The scenic covenant ensures that this cabin is not going to be seen by Castle Creek. It sits behind a berm or just a ridge line. It also gives us the ability to dictate that this road access is going to be maintained in its current status. It's not going to be widened beyond something that we would be upset about. It's also going to restrict access to only when Summer Road is open. So no snowmobile access, just ski in, ski out over the winter. So the benefits that the county is getting are substantial. Of course, it's also a substantial benefit to the landowners. But both the Open Space and Trails staff and Open Space and Trails board are in favor of this. The board was unanimous, especially considering that we can obtain this asset and then make a decision later. The other part, the way we're
gonna
going
have some
about,
questions for you. I don't know, do you want to
right,
maybe
If
take a
you're,
break
we'll
first
wait till
unless you're done?
yeah, and the way we set this about is through a contract. So we have the form of the conservation easement, the form of the trail easement, the form of the scenic covenant are all agreed to. They've been represented in the contract that's in your packet. And it just allows the landowners to pursue a development approval. And if they get to the point where they're getting the shovel in the ground for the cabins, then everything else is finalized and recorded. But all that has been agreed to, and the mechanics are kind of set and ready to go.
Question, Steve?
Yeah, looking at the dotted line trail, does that connect to the road? On the map, it doesn't connect, but I presume it does connect. In order to do the loop, we want to make sure that people actually could do this end of the connection legally and be on the right of way the whole time.
Mm-hmm. There's like I said, there are some sections that we're going to have to work with that aren't these property owners, but there is a small section here that would need to be built to connect into an existing road. This isn't the only existing road up there. There's also a spur that kind of comes off and into here, but the alignment here is essentially built except for a short section right here, where I don't know if you can see that. I guess the cursor isn't really showing up. Let me change it, like kind of right here.
Then would the people also be able to go down to the Forest Service land to the south of there, along that road, or not? And I don't know
Down here?
why someone would want to, but perhaps a hunter would want to get out on the forest, way at the bottom of the map.
There's hunting up there?
Down
I
here?
don't think there's hunting up there, is there?
Sure.
There is?
Forest Service.
Yeah, there's
Is there
no.
a good shot?
Yeah, it doesn't. It wouldn't stop anybody. Once you're on the forest, you're
In the forest.
you're in the public land. Yeah.
Great.
Patty?
Steve, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
I think we've talked about, and I think we've resolved the issue of public safety and any liability for Keno Gulch.
Mm-hmm.
I know that was a concern for us that gets a little slippery up there sometimes, but.
Sure.
So, okay, because I want to make sure we're not increasing public traffic through an area that might be at risk.
Yeah, and like I said, these are all things that we can further study based on the information we've seen from. Actually, I brought it up with Jeffrey Woodruff on the side, and he sent me some documentation about the actual Keno Gulch slide, and they actually looked at it for the school, and SKICO made some changes to some drainage, and everybody feels safe now. But we can further study.
The other concern I have is use of Summer Road in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's some projects planned on Aspen Mountain coming up in the summer, so we want to make sure construction starts on this property. There's some conversation between construction activities on Aspen Mountain, so we keep construction workers and equipment and stuff safe on both sides.
Right. And the good thing about this is if this moves forward, there's still more process to go through.
So that could be
through
part
the
of a
land use.
construction management plan.
Correct.
Okay, don't let me forget it when we get there.
I won't.
Thanks, Bob.
Other questions? Francine and Kelly?
Thanks, Paul. So if I'm not mistaken, when we heard this before, there was sort of a consensus, I thought it was maybe from you, Rye, and Paul, that no matter what we decide here, they will find a way to build a cabin there. Like, it's not really like, if we don't do this, they're not going to be able to build a cabin. Is that right? Am I remembering correctly?
I'll look over it.
Sure. I mean, I think the use to build 1,000 square foot cabin on this property is a use by right in the zone district. So I think it is unlikely that, absent financial consideration, cash, money, payment to the landowners, a cabin site on this property could be totally foreclosed, or the possibility of having a cabin on this property would be totally foreclosed.
Okay.
Right. That's it. Kelly?
How is the trail alignment arrived at?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's an existing old mining road. And so what we did was, well, first we just went out there and walked the platform. And this is the dotted line right here. And then we looked at, we have LiDAR mapping, and it just pops right out. You can see the platform. It's right there, it's built. I walked it with the landowners. And then while we looked at it on LiDAR, we saw that there was also another platform right here, and I apologize, I don't know why the cursor isn't, it just wants to change.
Is that part of the old Orchard Trail?
Yeah, that's what we think. And when you look at historic
The flume in
photos,
there as well? Is that the flume as well?
the Newman flume, this is like the area
Noon
of
flume?
what they
What a
call the
clever
Newman
name.
flume. Not George Newman.
Not
but but this was, there's another platform right here that could be an alternative as well. And you can see it connects right into that ore cart trail, which we talked about earlier. That you can't see quite all of it.
So this wouldn't show all the possible trail alignments. This one just shows the one that you're.
The ones that I picked
affecting
out were the ones that were
this
essentially
property.
built that make the most sense. But this is not this area down here, this is all still yet to be determined.
Sure.
It made the most sense we've actually dedicated the trail easement to follow the mining road on the property here, just because it's a nice trail that's already built. But there's some options down here still once we get to that point. But first we have to piece it together.
What is the process for Forest Service approval for the components that go over their property?
Well, if it was a new trail or something that we have to build, I guess is more appropriate, we'd have to go through NEPA. If, this platform is already built, we wouldn't have to maintain anything. We could just have a portal trail that just connects to it, and it's up to the public to figure it out, but it's done, so it would just be open.
So the Forest Service doesn't weigh in on use that way?
Well, I brought it up with them. Sorry, we lost the screen. But that's how they put it. If it's a new infrastructure, NEPA. Right now, people can walk all over there, and if they can get to it, they can access it right now.
And then my last question is, are we, oh, sorry, we're having technical issues. Are we still live? Can I? We can keep going? Okay, okay, great. Why was 5 acres the excluded amount? It seems large for a 1,000-foot cabin.
Yeah, I think it was really just a general agreement between us and the Cloud 10 LLC folks that, normally 5 acres, it would give them the ability, it doesn't mean that the entire 5 acres will be developed. It just gives them the ability to move and place their 1,000-square-foot cabin in the right spot and have the zone of disturbance be appropriate while it's done. But that will be zeroed in on for ComDev to make it appropriate. And with the exclusion of the 5 acres, we could make just a restrictive conservation easement that doesn't deal with land use approvals or anything. It would be done, and we can just focus on the natural area to the north.
Did you have something? No.
I think the only thing I would add in that conversation is that this, ultimately, the property owner needs to submit a land use application that is going to be reviewed through a special review process by the BoCC. The main component of that special review approval is establishing setbacks for the property. And the maximum area of disturbance in the rural remote zone district is a ½ acre. So I think the idea behind maintaining, or at least my understanding of the idea of the 5-acre site, was to provide some flexibility within that 5 acres for the BoCC to evaluate setbacks, as well as for compliance with the attendant scenic covenant that's part of this package, to ensure that the siting of the cabin is in the least visible location within that 5 acres. So it was a component of building in some flexibility, both for the property owner, but also for the BoCC's review when evaluating the setback component of the land use application. So conceptually, that's the idea.
Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you.
Anybody else? I just wanted to ask one, so we're gonna do a wildlife study on this to understand, because I'm would be of the impression that that nice trail that's there, the platform, is probably essentially rewilded. It's not returned to, grade or anything, but it's really been out of use for 100+ years. That's correct, I think.
Well, you'd be
Occasional
surprised.
hunters are
It's walkable. It's pretty easy to walk.
walkable now. So
know,
the
it's-
Forest Service doesn't consider this to be, they say it's existing even though it's pretty much been out of use that long. And I'm just wondering, when do they decide something has been out of use long enough that it really isn't it essentially rewilded?
Yeah. Well, it's not an official Forest Service trail, I guess is what. And so if anybody finds their way to that existing mining road, they're allowed to walk on it.
Just as they would anywhere on the hillside.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. My next question was the visibility. I think your criteria is visibility to Castle Creek Road, right?
Correct.
What about visibility from, say, the airport or driving into town on 82 where you have an awful lot more people? I look at that hillside every time I drive into town.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say the thought of seeing development up there is really the reason I ran for commissioner, is to prohibit that sort of thing from happening. We have rural remote for a reason, and so this is a tough one.
Sure.
I know you have the right to be there and to do this, but I want to make certain that this isn't a beacon for everybody else who would love to have a cabin and privatize public land.
Mm.
And so I have a concern about it. I really do.
Can I clarify something
You could, please.
They don't have a right until they get the right from us to access.
Right, that's
the
true.
property.
That's true. Thank you for that. So one, visibility from, anywhere between, say, Buttermilk and town, is that part of the criteria? If the lights are on, are we gonna see it?
Well, right now we've drafted the scenic covenant to restrict it from being seen from Castle Creek Road.
That's
I've been-
That's a much easier criteria.
Well, and that was the original worry because of where it sits on the property. I can go back to here. You can see there is a small ridge right where that arrow is, and that's the building site. Though there it sits behind a pretty tall ridge line, and then on the other side there's a flat area that's suitable
So
for.
this is over a ridge facing
Kind of
west, southwest,
Yeah, this is looking south.
south. Okay.
But on the other side, it's a flat area which is suitable, which is why the spot is picked, and there's a road going to it. And the hillside is north facing. It's got tall evergreen trees. The
The
things that-
hillside between our view from there and the
Yeah.
cabin site.
Yep. And the things that we've included in the scenic covenant are our general standards, which are building materials that mimic the color of the area to camouflage it into the scenery here. Also the normal, non-reflective materials. So we've got some built-in language in the scenic covenant that works for, I think, both sides of this area. But I also think community development department will look at that as part of their review. So there's always going to be a second look at this
Right.
to that concern.
Got it. Yeah, that's a big one. I understand why you put a 5-acre footprint, because I would say the one we just approved was a 2-acre around, and that seemed like more than enough room. But I understand we both want wiggle room. I understand that, especially if we're trying to meet the criteria that we're creating regarding views.
Mm-hmm.
I can read my own notes. Hold on here. Do we have a plan to contact, say, immediate neighbors like the school about access for a trail there, perhaps? And do we have a plan for a wildlife assessment?
Yes, to both of those. We are, just because this trail easement will be essentially inaccessible unless something changes once it gets recorded. It has energized the staff here to get our due diligence done, so we're ready if it gets connected, and also talk with the school ahead of time so that nobody feels like it's an imminent problem coming. And there may be some ability to access that trail a lot sooner if we work with the school. When you look at these pieces here, if there's a way to get around and if the school has concerns about the general public accessing through their campus, they already have an access easement for the general public to actually access the hillside. We're going to start that conversation and start working with them now. There's obviously a few other parcels around that are going to make it a lot more accessible for folks in town around this corner here, and we don't know when that's going to come up, but we've started talking with planners who are involved with these parcels to let them know that this is what we need.
So you're talking to the planners for the landowners that own those parcels?
Yep. And
that would be a great perk if we could get that trail connectivity. I'd be more inclined to approve this if I knew that serious work was being done on that.
Yep. Well, and we know some of the planners, they used to work for the county, so we've been in contact with them. We've also put this property up against our layer of our watershed biodiversity initiative layers. And you're right, there's some really important pieces, mostly along this side of the hill here. We just wanted to get a sense of what we were kind of looking at. And of course, that's just a model, but it does kind of highlight that the property has really good wildlife conservation values. It's going to have to be taken into account if this trail ever gets opened up. But just these standalone pieces are a huge benefit to the program and in an area that we don't really get a chance to work in very often.
Which is a good thing.
It's a good thing. Yeah.
Okay, that's it for questions for me. This is up for second reading and public hearing on September 25th.
It's up
Well,
to October 9th.
Yeah, so I'm going to be out of town. The landowners are going to be out of town tonight. So we thought, well, why don't we just make second reading October 9th, which
I'm standing corrected.
I was okay.
October 9th.
Albany will come back
Are you going to be here, Patty?
a little sooner.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Any other questions or comments from the board?
I will make a motion, Greg,
Go ahead.
to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving an exchange agreement between Cloud 10, by the way, in the second paragraph, it says Could 10. I don't know if they changed it from Cloud to Could, but just from Cloud 10, Aspen
Autocorrect.
LLC, and the Board of Commissioners for the conveyance of a conservation and trails easements and scenic covenant in exchange for an access easement.
I'll second the motion.
I have a further conversation. Kelly?
I'm gonna vote no on this. I think it's one thing to honor a use by right, when the criteria are met. I don't think it's in the public interest for us to, facilitate development on the, up in rural and remote on Aspen Mountain, and, you know, I've felt that way for a long time. I don't think it should be a surprise to anyone here. But I think it's an entirely different thing and not in the public interest for us to give that access to facilitate that use by right.
Thanks, Kelly. I think I agree with Kelly. As I said before, I ran on the notion that I was going to do my absolute best to keep rural, remote, and public, and not privatized as best I could. So I think you'll know where I'm going.
I'll make a comment. I think there's a public benefit because of the trail access. When we studied the Castle Creek Road for the pedestrian access along Castle Creek, we went into great detail about studying the other side of the river to try and connect that Orchard Trail to a safer, get people off Castle Creek and onto the mountainside of Castle Creek. I think this would facilitate that and will make a nice loop for pedestrian access and summer use. Coming up Aspen Mountain, up Summer Road. There's a lot of people on Aspen Mountain these days, and this will make a nice loop. And I'm a firm believer in getting an access, even if it doesn't fit together at this time. I've done that with fishing, recreation easements, and eventually they start to connect. So that's, I understand Greg and Kelly's concerns. We don't want to, you know, really make things easy to develop, even with the right to develop on the back of Aspen Mountain. But we've talked about this one for a long time, and I think we've reached a good decision at this point.
Can I just comment? I'll give a little more perspective of my opinion, because I do recognize that there are some public benefits being offered in exchange for our approval. It seems like if we really wanted to prioritize a trail in this area, that there could be alternate options for that, even if it required a NEPA review, which, you know, may end up with a better outcome anyway. So I don't see this as foreclosing that opportunity. I just don't think this is the right way to get it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think I'm leaning toward just trying to protect habitat and wildlife. We've basically chased elk and deer out of, well, we've reduced the herd size by 50% in the last several years through development of rural areas and their habitats going. This is just another nail in the coffin for me. With that, I'm going to call, I guess Steve wants to say something.
Well, you've given us some food for thought. I'm willing to pass it on the first reading. I think this is a win-win for the public and for the landowner. But I hadn't thought of the issues you brought up, so it given me something to think about before the second reading.
And maybe we'll have more information for a second reading. That's why we have another chance to take a crack at it, and there'll be public comment then as well. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have 3 ayes. All opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 3-2. It passes. See you at second reading on October 9th.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to keep, does anyone need a break?
I could use a bathroom break for 5
We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
We'll be back at, let's take a 6-minute break, be back at 2.
We're not doing like Homestead Road.
Okay, we are back, gang, back from a break. We're on item number 8, which is an ordinance authorizing execution of a license and use agreement. No, wait a minute. Is that where I am?
Yes.
It is with, just want to make sure, like who's sitting here?
That's because he didn't
Where-
wait for me to get back in and keep him in the right
Who's on
direction.
first? Execution of license use agreement for Avis Budget
And here,
Rental Car
that's the clue.
LLC on airport rental car operations, Aspen County Airport. Dan and Diane. Diane's here and Dan's here. Okay, there you are.
We're
I
not
didn't
sure where
see you, and I
Greg
thought,
is,
wait a
but
minute.
everybody else is here.
Now I'm back also.
I'm going to
Welcome.
give you some time because we're going to ask that we combine 8, 9, 10, and 11
Great.
all in a presentation for you.
Yes, excellent, thank
I
you.
also
We
have,
need to pass them separately, though, don't we?
you do the ordinances,
but we can
but
talk
we'll go
about
through
it
the
all
background
together.
information for everyone together. We also have Josh Frankowski with Recondo online.
Great.
Yes, good afternoon.
Welcome, Josh.
So we'd like
Thank
to,
you.
first of all, thank you. We'd like to walk you through the process that we took to get to the agreements here today. We currently have 4 on-airport rental car operators, Avis, Enterprise, Hertz, and Sixt, all with 4 separate booths at the rental cars. I know you were asking that, Kelly. Same rental cars are coming back, so they're incumbents. The process that was taken for the county, we issued our RFP on April 12th, 2024. Hosted a pre-proposal meeting, which was mandatory, on May 8th. Addressed any questions at that time, and procurement has been wonderful working with us to address all questions asked. Then we went to open proposals July 23rd. All 4 bids were deemed responsive, and they are also incumbent, which makes it much easier for the airport as well because there's no moving of rental car companies. These are the existing booths that will remain. We have Hertz in yellow, Avis, the next one over in red, Sixt, and Enterprise on the far left. Those colors will correspond with their ready return spaces and their storage area, which are the next 2. And we'll go through those numbers. They got allocated according to their first year minimum annual guarantee, and Avis being the highest in red there. These are their corresponding storage areas for their car storage. The ready return lots are for active rentals, anybody who returns them. And then this is an area with common area for fueling and car washing.
Oh, so just to be clear, ready return is both coming and going. That's where they go.
Correct, and it
then
is
this
a small
storage
space.
only for the staff takes the cars here.
Right.
Not customers.
Correct.
Okay, I wasn't clear about that. Thanks.
And actually, I'm glad you brought that up, Greg, because this is a very small ready return area and very much fought over by the rental cars. So when they came in with their minimum annual guarantee, they knew whoever the highest was getting the most ready return spaces because it saves their staff having to go over to the storage area and bring them back.
Got it.
Just a look at the existing mags versus the proposed mags. There was a floor of that minimum annual guarantee of 300,000. So Sixt came in just over that, and then Avis budget came in at just over $1 million. Thank you. All in all, approximate increase of 460,000 annually for us with these new agreements.
Altogether?
Altogether. So you can see each one, Avis had approximately a $300,000 increase, Enterprise, 30,000, Hertz, more, and Sixt coming up just past our floor, our new floor. The new agreement terms, this is in preparation of the current agreements ending October 31st, and this would start November 1st. That would run, we set this up for 5 years or the current terminal operations. Should we move terminals in that 5 years, we would start new agreements with them because it would be a whole new setup for them.
Right, Steve.
So the final day of operations at the current terminal, so if we got a new terminal built and they moved into their, they'd have a different square footage, and would
They could,
it would all be renegotiated at that point?
correct. And that's what we did, that to protect ourselves with the terminal move, and anticipating that that may happen within that first term.
Okay.
And the county also has a sole discretion to extend 3 one-year individual terms, should you want to do that.
Question,
Sure.
Has anybody ever run a rental car agency off airport here?
So Atlantic Aviation has Go Rentals over there, which could be considered that, but I haven't, in our history, I've had it at other airports, but I don't have an
Wasn't
off-site
everyone
one.
at the ABC? Wasn't National over there for a while or something? This was way
Did
back.
Enterprise
was
maybe do that?
something
Enterprise
maybe.
does that at a lot
Yeah.
of airports.
I think it was way back.
We almost tend to be the rental car source, because even when the airport's closed for maintenance in the spring, we stay busy with the rental cars.
It was way before you were born, I think. When I was on the board.
So the only thing I wanted to bring up with my board, and it's a philosophical thing, is just that, this is about $2.2 million in revenue a year that I think we're really comfortable getting. And as we try to eliminate automobiles on our road, and as transit options reduce them, we tried to electrify them, and that's not going too well. We have to ask Hertz how it went for them, but hopefully they'll try again. But if we're addicted to car rental revenues and advertising revenues, there are two things that aren't perhaps the most desirable thing perhaps from a policy standpoint, realizing that people still need rental cars, but it's not something we're trying that hard to promote, or at least I'm not. I just wanted to highlight that because it's a conflict I have. It's like we're going to be depending on the money apparently, but maybe we should keep that in mind.
I think we're seeing more hybrids though, Greg, which is a positive.
That's a positive, yeah. It's going in the right direction slowly, yeah.
And one of the primary rationales, for not only just space allocation and how the whole operation would work for when we get to a new terminal, would be right now, due to our infrastructure, we cannot require electric vehicles.
Right.
in
You
the
couldn't
fleet.
even do it if they had them, right.
And that's where we'd want to come back with a whole new agreement that would require those types
Right.
of
And
things.
I
I
would say a
understand
few
that.
of those
I know
agencies want that, and we just can't provide that
Right.
right now
And
for
I-
them.
Hopefully before 29.
It might be that long. Kelly?
Yeah, I'm curious, we hear the statistic that only 5% of people who fly in are using public transportation. Do we have a good sense of how much of our flying public is renting cars? 'Cause I assume there has to be some that are getting picked up and some that are using hotel shuttles, and I don't fully understand the landscape of how that divides up, because it's hard for us to really target policy and design decisions unless we have a better sense of that, I think.
I think we can get that for you, Kelly. I think it's a good mix. And I think we also have community members that are coming in, like Dan was saying, renting cars one
That's what I
way
was
to
gonna
go
say.
elsewhere, like Denver for their flights, because we are that hub for them in the area.
Which they don't necessarily need the airport for that. That just happens to be where it is. I love the idea of getting the numbers because in all the conversations we have about our airport going for the last several years, people tend to forget that there are a lot of locals who really love to fly in this airport and fly out of it. And, people who work and live here use this airport all the time. But I don't know how many they are and what the percentage is relative to the tourists using it or, go ahead.
The other thing about rental cars is some people, and I don't know how you could differentiate these numbers, but there are people here who don't own cars. So if they want to go and not fly out of Denver, but they want to go shopping in Denver, go to an event, or go on a vacation sometimes. Because I've rented a car when I didn't have a car that would make it to California. I rented a car here and drove it back. But so there's also that use here that, some people just don't own a car and it's cheaper for them to rent it when they want to go to Grand Junction and they want to go, because car to go with the city doesn't allow you to go that far or stay that long or whatever. So it's another.
Hard to go, but not too far.
Just don't go too far. Car.
Other comments, questions? Sorry, that was a tangential comment.
Oh my
but
gosh, happy to answer
I
any
bring it up every
questions.
time.
I want all red rental cars so we know how to spot
I'd
them
like
on
to
the
have,
street.
Jaguars, Jaguars, bright red, yeah, classic. An old Ferrari.
Maybe if we painted them like Aspen's police,
Yeah.
you know. people
Rental
wouldn't
car.
like them.
Are we straying here?
Yes,
So,
a little.
so I would like to have rental cars have turn signals on them. When I used to drive the village shuttle bus, every time there'd be a car at an intersection and you could tell it's somebody who's not familiar with the roads. And they wouldn't use their turn signals and they were always in a rental car. So I was always kidding about these rental cars without turn signals.
The locals have learned from them.
No, but Steve, the worst part is they have on their right turn signal and they turn left. That's when they really get you.
Well, it depends on where they're from, if they're from the southern hemisphere.
Oh, that's true.
I am so sorry, I should be chairing this meeting.
So I have a question. So this is a first reading, second read public hearing on the 25th?
That will be the second hearing. We were proposing second hearing, or second reading with public hearing on the 25th.
Is there anything else you want to share with us on this? It's pretty, we've done this every time it comes up and we have the same conversation. Not as much fun as this, but,
I think
So
staff
Greg, I would
recommends.
like to put forward the first motion.
okay, go right ahead.
Motion to approve the Board of Commissioners authorizing the execution of a license and use agreement with Avis Budget Car Rental LLC for operations at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport.
A second.
We have a first, a second further discussion on the Avis. This is for September 25th, second hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to have the same conversation now. Just remember to repeat, remember what you said.
I would like
This is
to
for Enterprise.
put a motion forward to authorize the execution of a license and use agreement with Enterprise Leasing Company of Denver LLC for on-airport rental car operations at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport.
Second.
And we have a second, and this is with turn signals. I just want to make sure. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next one is,
I would like to put forward a motion for authorizing the Board of Commissioners to execute a license and use agreement with Hertz Corporation for on-airport rental car operations at the Pickens County Airport.
Second.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and we've got
And this one is
more.
at Sixth?
Sixth.
That's interesting. I would like to put forward a motion to authorize the Board of County Commissioners to execute a license and use agreement with Six Rent-A-Car LLC operations for on-airport rental car operations at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport.
Second.
Okay, second. I just want to share an anecdote. I remember renting a Sixt in San Francisco 6 or 7 years ago, and somebody broke our rear window and stole stuff out of it. And they
Last
replaced
time-
it so quickly.
Should have been with Fifth or Seventh.
Yeah, but anyway. Whatever you said.
And I would like to put forward another motion to
wait
change
a
the
minute.
name of the Aspen-Pickens
Just
County
a-
Airport to just Pickens County Airport.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
That was an easy
On the
one.
first motion, aye.
Okay, thanks for
Thank you
that.
so
That
much.
wasn't too painful, I hope.
Thank you guys for being so patient with us.
Or 2 hours of your
Thank
life
you.
wasted. Thanks for coming
See you
in.
soon.
And just to share with the board.
Oh, yeah,
real
sure.
quick, I
Who's
wanted
that?
to compliment Dan and Diane and the airport team for working extremely well on this. I've done this quite a bit, and they did a really good job on it. So just wanted to share
Thanks.
that with you.
Great.
Who is this? Sorry.
This is Josh.
Oh, Josh.
Pankowski with
Thanks, Josh. See,
Brick
Josh, we
we
appreciate
said
it.
welcome and then we ignored you completely.
Condo. That's
Thank
not
you
a
for
problem.
that.
You
Thanks
guys-
for your
Good job.
patience. Have a good afternoon.
Yes, at the airport, get better welcome presentation.
Okay. Up next, individual consideration items, public hearing, second reading, approving a grant agreement with CDPS, Division of Homeland Security, for an incident management team grant program, and Alex is here.
Good afternoon. I'm Alex Burchett. I'm the undersheriff for the sheriff's office here, and I'm also the team coordinator for the Northwest Colorado All Hazards Incident Management Team. This is, as you said, Greg, our second reading and public comment for the resolution approving grant funds from the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management supporting the Northwest Incident Management Team in their 24-25 grant year funding for training and
Nicely
exercise.
done. You didn't even have anything in front of you.
Nothing in front of me. It was off the top.
Amazing.
I thought he was supposed to sing
I mean,
it.
no, thank you, Patty. That's,
I didn't say it.
I know.
I do every time. He would be so
I
disappointed
would
if
be
I
happy
didn't.
to answer any questions that anyone has.
Comments, questions?
It's a public hearing, though.
It is a public hearing. Nothing else from the board? I'm going to open this to the oh, go ahead. What was
No.
that? Oh.
No need.
Opening this to public comment. Is there anybody online or in the room who'd like to comment on this topic? I don't see any hands up. Okay, so I'm bringing it back to the board. I'd like to have a motion if anybody's ready. This is an easy one.
I thought Francie was going to jump
I
right
don't
in.
have the words in
Okay,
front
I
of
will
me,
make a
sorry.
motion to approve a resolution of the BoCC approving a grant agreement with the Colorado Department of Public Safety, Division of Homeland Security, associated with the State Incident Management Team Grant Program.
Second.
Second from Patty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you for
Thank you
being
very
so
much.
patient with
Thanks for
us.
coming down.
Thanks so much.
You waited
We,
so long.
we couldn't
to
think
do
of
that.
any way to like harass you for
I know.
half an hour. I'm so sorry.
Next time. Thank
Bye,
you.
Alex.
Bye. Thank
Bye.
you.
I just sat and I was training on incident
Okay,
management all weekend.
we just had a break. I'm thinking we should launch into this. Is everybody
Oh,
ready?
let's
Okay.
go.
Usually we take a break before land use public hearings.
I do have a
think, Mac, you could have made a few more pages in this packet, however.
Yeah.
I closed it. I'm calling it as over.
Something
Well,
like that.
yours
but
is
I
for
kept-
the
but I
upcoming-
kept-
600 were us,
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Maybe this
It
is
kept
for
going
this.
more pages and more. I'm like, well, where, more pages and more pages.
Yeah.
A lot of pretty pictures.
The pictures are good.
Refresh.
I do have a
Chad,
question,
part of
Greg.
your team?
Chad is part of the team.
Okay, so Chad's with Chad. You can put Chad into and join Chad and join the meeting. Great, thank you.
I do have a question.
Question, Patty.
Is this procedurally, is this a 2-read or a 1-read with public hearing on the first read?
Where's our,
Where's Leslie?
Leslie will be down in a sec, I'm sure. We saw each
We
other a
moved
couple
so
minutes ago
fast
during
that
the break.
Leslie isn't
Yeah.
ready for us yet.
So this is an amendment to the ski co master plan, which I think is a 2 reading, but I'll double check right now.
The way that Leslie communicated to me was that it was a 1 reading
With public hearing on
with
the
public
first
hearing
read?
on the first
Yeah,
reading.
let me just.
Because I know Tom Lankering, I think, wants this.
Yeah, we've got public comment on this coming up probably. Well, I'd love to give Leslie a couple more minutes.
Yeah, well, happy to.
Nope, first of all, you could introduce yourselves. That'd be helpful.
Slowly.
Slowly. Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. Nice to see you today. Mac Keeling, Vice President of Mountain Planning. Today we have Kylie Urban, who is the Senior Manager, Project Manager of IT Infrastructure. And Eric Newmeyer, who is a Planning and Development Manager. And online we have Chad Kumbier, who is the Vice President of Cybersecurity and IT Infrastructure. And Chris Kiley may be joining it. Just check on in and say hello, and he is the Senior Vice President of Planning and Development. So that is who is on our team today.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here.
Those are quite the titles.
Make you feel good when you go home.
But
you know?
we need to upgrade yours a little bit here.
Ah,
Out of interest, how long have you been thinking about this? How long has it been on your radar?
roughly, we've been trying to get improved cell phone coverage on the ski areas for at least 15 years. And this is the 3rd major effort in those 15 years to attempt to make this happen.
Third effort, really?
Yeah. Yeah, the
Okay.
first 2 efforts, and we'll go into this in the presentation, but the first 2 efforts were we engaged the nation's largest tower builder and some of the nation's carriers and talked with them on what to do, and we got as far as getting to a contract to do the work, and then as soon as they ran the ROIs, they ran away from the hills, if you will. And then a similar thing, but from a slightly different perspective, happened about 4 years later. And then then we regrouped again after not even getting to the point where we could present something to the county and to the public. And then roughly 3 years ago, feels like, maybe 4.
Feels right.
We re-engaged the process internally and the package we'll be presenting today is kind of the result of that latest effort. So, yeah.
And so my guess is the ROI hasn't changed that dramatically for the carriers, so you guys are just trying to figure out how to make it work? Is that
Yeah.
something you can talk to us about?
And it's not necessarily the carriers. It is the tower builder that we were talking to. They build the like the way that it was, and this is not what we're presenting today. Just full disclosure. They typically propose to construct the tower, construct the infrastructure, own the infrastructure. We would lease them the land, but then they would lease the fiber optic cable.
Got it.
Like the data, essentially, which is the big thing, the power to the then carriers to get the money back.
Got it. Okay.
So the carriers have always been interested. There's just been nowhere to put an antenna. And so,
Understood.
Needless to say, public safety, ROI, that is not, our leadership has said this is not something we're interested. We're more interested in public safety, communications for our ski patrol, communications for our guests than we are on a return.
Got it.
And so the decision was made to basically go at risk on a lot of stuff here to try to improve.
So this is kind of the equivalent of a company, thinking about building a cell site in a small population way far away from everywhere. That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
So,
Even though the county attorney just stepped out, I'm going to do a disclosure. I checked with the county attorney. I checked with my son-in-law. There is no conflict of interest because my son-in-law runs pipe, not fiber. And even though he's now working on all 4 mountains, there's no conflict with him and his ability to continue to work for the ski company as part of this project.
okay. Thank
I'll
you.
let the attorney know I just,
And I just want to disclose that I'm a skier and I use a cell phone.
I just disclosed I didn't have a conflict.
So Patty, were I to vote no on this, he would still have a job.
Yeah, if I were to vote no on it, he might not talk to me again, but he'd still have a job.
Okay, here they are. Hi, sorry, we're so fast.
Hi.
You're not used to this.
Hi, Leslie.
Are you teed up and ready to go?
I'm teed up. You got it.
So, while I get my act together here, maybe we should Mac has a really great presentation, and why don't we let Mac go ahead and do that, and then we can circle back to me and the code and all that boring stuff. Okay. Is that okay? Yeah, I need to turn it off. Yeah, I know that.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Leslie. Happy to step in.
Thanks.
All right. So, cellular tower projects. To get in, as Leslie just says, she doesn't want to bore us with the technical code. I start with the technical code. The towers that we'll be looking at today and the uses of cell towers on and within the ski areas are consistent with the ski rec master plans for all 3 ski hills we'll be talking about today, Buttermilk, Highlands, and Aspen. That we're just kind of showing the latest master plan and where in that, what the resolution is there for the record. In addition, this is consistent with the Picken County Comprehensive Plan and the Land Use Code. And specifically, we want to just highlight the latest comprehensive plan, and the county encourages adequate regional and community telecommunications facilities to serve the needs of governments, businesses, and citizens of Picken County while avoiding or minimizing any negative impacts associated with the telecommunications facilities. We believe this application we hope that you see this as a thoughtful attempt to minimize any of the negative impacts associated with the visibility of cell towers. We've taken a lot of care and done a few modifications with great input from the county, great input from the experts in the cellular industry, and our own teams, because last thing we want to do is to just put a tower at the top of a hill where everybody can see and deal with that for years and years and years to come. Another part of the comp plan was to make sure that in order to reduce the number of towers, that you have multiple carriers that can be on each tower. we accomplished that with this plan. We're proposing up to 4 carriers at each tower site. And that would cover for Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and then a 4th carrier, which there are plenty, but we'll see who rises to the occasion, if you will, if ever. So we had a really nice process with the Planning and Zoning Committee. We had not only just through Leslie and Suzanne's guidance and just working together with them on the application, but then the site visit that we did with the Planning and Zoning Committee. That was a really good site visit, and we were able to modify our site plans accordingly. And I think what we have today, again, is just something where hopefully you'll see that some care was put into it at each location. So cell project does not change the use of ski areas. The ski areas will still act as a ski area. The towers are located in areas that do not negatively affect skiing, hiking, any existing roads, etc. We're grateful for the recommendation by the staff and the Planning Commission, which is why we're here today.
Can I just ask regarding if they were to make a list of negative impacts as for the county per our comprehensive plan, I don't know what that breaks down into. I assume it's primarily a site issue, site or development footprint. Is there anything else in our plan?
No, the plans are pretty general, and the plans kind of refer, the master plans for each of the mountains talk about further review for any structure that's greater than 28 feet in height. But each of the master plans acknowledge communication facilities could be a use in each of the ski areas. And then our master plans, a comprehensive plan, like the Owl Creek plan, which was just adopted, again, they talk about further review, and they kind of guide us to review that would consider our typical Section 7 of the code reviews, our activity envelope and site plan. So if you saw my memo, and if we get to it, we walked through each one of these sites based upon the constraints of the site, including the trenching to each of the towers. And
It's a fiber optic run, right?
yeah, that's a power and fiber optic, as well as the most important was scenic quality. And our code requires us to look at scenic quality issues as viewed from our scenic corridors. So Highway 82, Maroon Creek, McLean Flats, Owl Creek Road, Castle Creek Road. So we looked at that for that, and the memo kind of walks through that, each of the constraints, scenic quality, wildfire, geologic hazards, and if we want to let Mac kind of go through his presentation, then in my presentation, I'll walk you through those sections of the code.
Great, thank you for that.
Yeah, no, and
keep going.
That's a great response. And the only thing I would add to that is, although the scenic view plane is viewed from those valley floor locations that Leslie just described, we attempted to take a much more stringent look at it. That makes sense for a single family residence, that the public isn't skiing by and hiking by. We took a look at it from the perspective of the guests to the mountain, for the general public that are skiing by, hiking by, etc. So
in other words,
you'll see a bunch.
Forest,
you'll see a lot of different renderings today that show it from the kind of the most popular, view planes from the ski areas themselves, whether that be from a gondola, whether that be from a ski trail, from a hiking trail, whatever. So, yeah.
And if I could jump in, that was also a critical eye that the P&Z applied in their review, is, as a user of the mountain.
Great.
So, why cell towers? So what is the need? Primarily, this is a public safety item for us at the ski company. There's been too many instances of somebody getting injured in the backcountry or on the mountain or adjacent to the mountain where they don't have any way of communicating to patrol, to search and rescue, to emergency services, etc. That's any instance where that happens is one too many, in our opinion, especially with the technology that exists today. Also to improve voice and data coverage on the mountain, so you can communicate with your friends, family better, and then this, in addition, would improve the capacity of all the cellular networks. So anytime that you're going in a location that has poor cell quality, you're probably only attached to you're attached to a tower that doesn't have very good coverage in that location, and there's very limited bandwidth. So if 2 other people are already on the phone, your call isn't going to go through, that kind of a thing. Even though it works sometimes, it doesn't work others. That's a capacity thing. For those of you, I know all of you have experience on the mountains here, the cell phone coverage on the 3 ski areas and frankly the surrounding areas around them. This will improve that coverage in all of those areas at these locations.
Question on just how far will that improvement go? For instance, out by the schools, Highlands down to the schools in the Arc, and that area is terrible coverage at the base. Is that part of this improvement plan?
It is, and we'll show you a map in a little bit that will show the 3G coverage, if you will, which is basically calls and text. And then we'll also show the map of what the 4G coverage is, where you'd be able to do more than that, essentially, with the phone.
Great, thanks.
And then in addition to this, and we've got some letters that we'll kind of read some letters of support that we received, and we'll read a couple specific lines from them. But emergency response, whether it's being able to respond to emergencies, tell where people are, have those communications, and also something that wasn't on the original list, but in discussions with the fire chief, with the sheriff, et cetera, if somebody sees a fire in the backcountry and they are able to make a call, then they're able to get out there sooner and fight a fire. And I know and frankly, the whole community is great, or at least we all should be grateful to the county for the Pano AI cameras that have been set up. Those are amazing. Just I don't think people know enough about them, and once they learn, it's fabulous. So thank you for that. But there are areas that will get some cell coverage out of this that aren't in direct view of that. If you talk to the chief, every minute counts. To be able to help fight those fires just a little quicker.
I just want to add, if I could. I just have too many memories of having to get to a telephone or get to cell coverage in order to report something. And I'm of my own personal experience, but I heard a story the other day from somebody who'd been hit on the mountain, and the cell service didn't really work, and it kind of impeded their ability to discover. It was a hit and run, to discover the person who fled after the hit and run. Having better cell service might have helped them, the outcome of finding the person who had, done that. And so it makes sense, that you're doing this. Thank you.
Yeah. No, little personal anecdote for myself as well. I was 2 years ago, I was in Beaver Creek and I got in an accident, double ejected, landed on my back in a pile of rocks, and I broke 16 bones in my back.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah, and thank God it was just bones, and they heal in 6 weeks.
Jeez.
Like no surgeries, no nothing like that. But my friend was adjacent to me, was skiing with me, saw me, was able to make a call out. I could barely breathe. That was the biggest problem at that point in time for me, and the patrol was there within 3 minutes.
Right.
And that was, if that was in the middle of Aspen Mountain, or it wouldn't have been the same experience.
Right, right.
So
You had like a flail chest.
I had, the scapula looked like, frankly, the property map of Aspen Mountain. It's just glass shatters everywhere, if you will. So my scapula, it's like body armor.
That's a great analogy. My
Yeah.
back looks like the property map of Aspen Mountain.
Yeah, that's how my planning brain thinks. It's terrible. So, yeah. So
We're glad to have you here today.
thank you, Patty. This was just interesting. Just you may have seen a couple of the articles in the Aspen Times recently, just about how lawmakers in the state are starting programs to try to make it easier for rural areas to get cell phone connectivity. And it's just, there are other locations and, where there isn't, the gracious owners of the ski company, and this is me talking, of course, that are willing to invest in something that may or may not return. And you have today an application in front of you where, whereas much of rural Colorado is clamoring for this and asking for this and begging for this, and to the point where lawmakers are trying to figure out how to make it easier. The ski company is here, hopefully, to provide a solution for at least part of the picture in the Roaring Fork Valley. And then just during the process, we've had a lot of really great conversations. Pickens County Sheriff, Pickens County Telecom, Open Space and Trails, Highlands. There's a tower located close to the base of Highlands, and so we wanted to make sure that we were talking to all the right people down there. And frankly, they came to us with multiple letters of support and a willingness to, frankly, pay us some money if we were able to put it up first. That's, we haven't taken them up on that. That's not what this is about, but it still says a lot to me. Specifically, I think the Pickens County Telecom letter of support. Jeff Kruger, his statement here is just incredible, and it says it better than I ever could, frankly. We have witnessed firsthand calls to our 911 dispatch center from injured parties on the ski hills with poor cell coverage. In many cases, dispatchers are unable to discern what they were saying, what their need is, and where they were located. This has resulted in delays in injured parties receiving assistance, or perhaps even correct assistance to the correct location on the correct mountain. I think you meant incorrect, sorry. Additionally, improved cell phone coverage for ski patrol on the hill would be great value, as they often consult with ER doctors at Aspen Valley Hospital for critical patients. Right now, there is no direct radio contact between ASC, ski patrol, and AVH, so cell phones are the only way to accomplish this. That's just, that reiterates why we're doing this. Like that to me says it. And it just, the support we got from the sheriff's office and the way that, they see this not only affecting, and when we look at the maps in a little bit, you'll see this is a ski area. Yes, of course, it primarily affects the ski area, but cell waves go out much further than the ski area boundaries. And so this is a greater community effect. So, all right. And I'm going to pass it to Kylie, because she, in our discussions with P&Z, they talked about, technology is always improving. Are cell phone towers still the right thing? And for how many more years are they going to be the right thing? Satellites are coming along, et cetera. So we did a lot of research on this, and Kylie can talk to it.
Yeah. So we did take a look at low Earth orbit satellites, LEOs as they're called, if you Google it. And speaking to the industry experts, it was a pretty clear consensus that they are expensive and they provide very little bandwidth. So the answer to that is that it will be a complementary product, but cell phone towers will still be around in the near future, easily 30 years, which is the life of our project.
Yeah, and we consulted, it says it up here, with a couple companies that are specifically in the low Earth orbit business. And yeah, they're looking to be that complementary product. And once you start getting, you know, even a couple dozen people in the same area trying to do something, it currently starts breaking down.
And what about Starlink? I mean, because
Starlink is a low
it's
Earth
a
orbit.
lower.
Yeah, it's in there.
We use that. I mean, my son uses that on my property, and it's pretty comprehensive, and he doesn't have any interference with other people.
He's probably like, he probably has 6 devices, 8 devices or something like that on that Starlink feed. And Kylie, you can talk to this more. I have Starlink as well at my house, and it works fine. But even when we get a full house, it starts trickling out a little bit. That's my personal experience. But
Can we let Chad?
Chad?
Look like you wanted
Yeah,
to
I
talk.
guess what I would say about that is the Starlink technology it's basically, you know, from a low Earth orbit satellite to a Starlink dish, if you will, that's receiving that on the other end. When you get into the cellular space, that's a little bit different. They refer to that as direct to device. And it's that direct to device, meaning directly to your cell phone, not to like a proprietary Starlink to Starlink connection. And that's where a lot of the limitations come up. And that's, you know, as Kylie mentioned, it is complementary. And its use case is really around highly remote, as Mac alluded to. It's difficult for these satellites to, when doing this direct device connectivity, to handle multiple devices at one time. And so that's where it really becomes a limitation for cell phones.
Thanks, Chad.
So it doesn't have the same switching technology or band switching, whatever you call that. So, thanks. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for that.
Can I ask a really simple question? In that bottom picture, is that the path of a satellite through the night sky, or is that?
It's the release of the whole group.
The bottom picture is like, I've seen this while camping out at Green River before. You see the train of the Starlink satellites going through the sky.
I've seen like 3 or 6, I think it was, at a time, and going above our place in
And that-
Carbondale. Like,
Yeah.
As we talk to experts, apologize for interrupting. As we talk to experts about this particular topic, they did say that the visual aesthetic will become more of an issue in the future. In order for them to add more capacity, they have to add more satellites. And again, these are low Earth orbit satellites that are visible to the naked eye, as depicted in the picture below. And I think that we'll start to see, you know, they won't get entitlements for these satellites at some point as they light up the sky. So that's another factor as well.
I was just thinking of the night sky initiatives that Snowmass is looking
The
at.
thing about this photo, this is a photo of the deployment of the satellites. Though they've just been recently released from the ship
then
that
they
took
scatter?
them up, and then they scatter. Yeah, so
But
you
that
won't.
still is an impact. Of,
Yeah, no, it's a visual impact.
Yeah,
It's already there are
interesting.
issues about that already. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty crazy when you see
Let's
it.
keep going. It's really
No, it's-
fascinating.
Yeah, so why us? And this kind of circles back to the questions we were talking about before. And as we mentioned, it's a 15-year project in the making. Our potential collaborators, AKA the big tower builders and the carriers themselves, could not find financial viability. But we have not only the desire to do it, but also an extensive fiber network already on the mountain that we're going to utilize to help supplement what we need to finish this.
All right. And yeah, we believe that public safety benefits outweigh the financial risk. So, yeah, Kelly.
Is this going to facilitate things like being able to like pre-order lunch while I'm on the lift? I mean, I'm just curious. There has to be. I
your
assume that there's
reservation.
other
Uh,
tangible opportunities.
Yes, our app developers are very anxious at the result of this meeting. And we've tried that in the past, and frankly, having an app where you can pre-order is pretty useless if you have to be within the Wi-Fi of the restaurant in order to make it happen. So, yeah.
Can't
Kelly,
get
And Domino's will
intangibles
not
yet, but
deliver.
Well,
they're
I mean, it's
excited.
part of this whole
Yeah.
ecosystem of
Yeah.
like recognizing like
Yeah.
the problems with affordable housing, the problems with hiring and retaining, you know, I mean, some of this technology is all connected with all of that and being able to offer a different way in solving service needs.
So you can be skiing the face of Bell and book your massage almost at the same time.
Find your child.
Or find your
Find your
child.
child. There you go. Yeah.
Or my son-in-law.
I don't tend to
Yeah,
do
there you
either
go.
of those, so not for me,
You
but.
can order me lunch.
Good to say, or your daughter, you know?
Yeah.
They're both good skiers.
Don't mention the drone deliveries of pizzas to skiers on the mountain. Don't say anything about that.
Well, that is not supported anywhere close to our lifts, I'll tell you that.
Leslie's,
And they're in
Leslie's
the
going
flight
into
path,
shock.
so
You
they
just turned
can't.
white over there. Give her a,
Yeah.
give her a cold compress.
So, so the table you're looking at here defines what the current request or current plan is. How did we get here? Who helped us? So a company called HR Green, who is one of the premier cell phone infrastructure designers in the country. We consulted with them. We're still consulting with them, but they really helped us get and learn the original siting. We have then made them pull their hair out, I'm sure, on multiple occasions, because when you talk to a cell phone infrastructure designer, they say, again, put it at the top of Bell Mountain, make it 150 feet tall. There, you're done. And that obviously, when we say, well, no, let's go, what if we put it on this corner of the ridge? What if we tucked it in this tree island? What if we decrease it, the height? And so we've challenged them, frankly, every step of the way, and that's the result of the plan we'll be looking at today. So, some of the points, number one here, Silver Queen Gondola Storage Building was the name of the tower. The tower we're proposing is no longer on the Silver Queen Gondola Storage Building. We kept the names of the towers just for application purposes, frankly, but we're now, 500-600 feet away, closer to the vehicle maintenance facility, in that pot over there, in that pot of trees tucked in over there. And that was done, again, through the public process, through P&Z, through our own, desire to do something that is, frankly, not noticed by many. Nothing will be perfectly hidden, but we don't want it to be in your face. So, yes, Steve.
So you had two at the gondola storage, two shorter towers, and you replaced it with one taller one at the other location. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, and this one goes even further. We started off with one taller tower at the gondola storage building. Then we had a site visit with staff, and we talked about not only two towers that were shorter, but also tucking them into a corner that was less visible. And then in the conversations with P&Z, we then were challenged to, do a little more again, and then that moved over to the vehicle maintenance facility, and we figured out how that would work. So, yeah. And then we went back to HR Green, and they pulled their hair out again, and here we are. So
Craig, can I ask a question? The copper sulfate, does that patina like the Statue of Liberty?
No, it will not patina like the Statue of Liberty.
Okay,
It
so-
patinas in this dark gray color, almost like a charcoal
Okay.
kind of a color. I
Okay,
would
I
say.
just think of the copper. And what is the honeycomb?
Honeycomb is more of a tan patina, and what we found is that the copper sulfate color will blend in better in an evergreen forest or a conifer forest, and that the honeycomb will blend in better
The scrub oak
in
and
some
that
in
kind
some
of-
scrub oak aspen kind of
The different
background.
vegetation. I know, I was looking at buttermilk is sweeter than aspen mountain.
Well, it may be.
Yeah.
It's got the candy shack after all. Then we have Bell Mountain Base. What we did with that tower was the cabinets for that tower were a little We repositioned those so that they would be more out of the way of the Niagara ski trail, and tucked below that line. Again, we'll go through all of these in some visual simulations, but I'll just kind of describe them for the moment. Ruthie's Base, that was one tower that we did not modify during the P&Z process. It's as is. We've got some good renderings of that. I feel like that's pretty off and out of the way. Buttermilk Base, same thing. It was originally proposed at 240, and we'll show that at 240-foot towers. That is a site, a current cell site, that was installed 2 years ago with the Buttermilk Mountain Lodge project. So with the implementation of that project, and so we have an existing photo there where we can show you guys, and so you can see what the antennas in the tower would look like, if you will. We have the Cliff House Restaurant. This again is, we were able to decrease the height of this one by 6 feet. It was originally proposed at 60, it's now 54. Tyhack Lift Base site, that is a little deceiving because it's not really close to the bottom of the lift, but it is on Tyhack, so we'll show you that.
Will that paint part of the base of Highlands or across the valley at
Yes.
all? Okay.
Yeah, the Five Trees community was very interested in that, and this would be a really big boon for the school as well. So, Highlands Base, we'll show you where that one is. It's pretty well tucked away, but it is that will be one of the more visible ones from the base of Highlands. Then the Aspen Highlands Vehicle Maintenance Facility, that is our tallest tower, but it is in a tucked behind a very large stand of trees, very tall stand of trees, if you will, and also kind of in a hole where the vehicle maintenance facility is. And then Cloud 9 Chair Top, this was one where we were challenged on the location of from our original application with P&Z, and we found a much better place, a couple thousand feet away, basically.
So it's not the top chair terminal. That's just the name of it. It's you found another location.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Yeah, it was.
Interesting to see that. Okay.
It would have originally been visible. It would have been just downhill of the restaurant, and it would have been visible from the chair for about a tower and a half span, and that's not the goal. So.
Greg, so Buttermilk, or the Francie?
Oh, you can go ahead. I'm just wondering, Francie, do you have a
FAA. And I think FAA might have concerns with towers at Buttermilk.
So we submitted our application to the FAA, and we did hear back from them. They will not be requiring lights from us or any special paint colors on these towers. So,
because I know we had that issue at the top of Aspen Mountain way back when we did a tower up there with lights and et cetera. So,
yep.
And the other towers are kind of out of the way of FAA.
Yeah, we went through there's an app, or not an app, but there's a program on a website that you can plug in the coordinates of the towers and how tall they'll be, and then it'll tell you if you have to then follow another set of forms. And the only one that required any other additional review was the Buttermilk Base towers, and we got the feedback on that.
And U.S. Forest Service involvement, they've already started NEPA, I guess, in the process, so they're already in the loop, because I wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, they have accepted the project through their 299 process is the form that we had to fill out for them. And we are in the middle of the NEPA process. All the sites have been reviewed by the environmental consultants. The public comment period ended
like last week or something.
Yeah, I think it was the 7th. And I talked to the Forest Service right before this meeting, and they said that that they were anticipating to issue a decision memo, basically whether we're approved or not, in February of 2025.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Francie.
So when you put the trees around it, it doesn't affect its ability to communicate? So does it communicate directly to the sky, or it seems like it's almost a oxymoron that you put it in a place where it's going to beam out and then you put trees all around it. I don't get that.
Well, thankfully the trees are mostly there. We're trying to tuck ourselves into the trees.
Right, yeah, I get that, but
and Chad or Kylie, please, I'm not the technical one here, but what I've been told is the trees don't affect it that greatly. So, go.
No, you're right.
No, okay, great.
That was a good answer.
The layman's answer sometimes works. So.
they
Chad's
do in
laughing
my
at you.
house. We had to move our receiver and stuff because of.
The only thing I was going to point out is that's not how they're getting service, that's how they're distributing it. So the
Right,
service is
so-
coming into them via the fiber, and then they're distributing, can't say that word apparently. Distributing it out from those towers. So while it's not, it'd be better if they weren't there, it doesn't stop them from working.
Francie, when I pressed on this, when I was like, really? What do you mean? I was given the answer about kind of the, what do golfers say trees are? 90% air. And so that was like, even if you get 90% of the signal to leave, that's not optimal, but it still works.
Okay, so there's some interference, but it's not enough to make it worth it to have them on bare ground.
Yes.
Okay.
The other question, may I?
Yeah.
With the trees is, are they healthy? We've got a lot of beetle kill on the mountain. We don't want you to say we're checking in the trees and have the trees need to be removed next year by the U.S. Forest Service because they're red and dead.
Right, if you build one in a stand of trees that die, and then all of a sudden it's all by itself if their trees go anywhere. Assuming.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, I'm looking at each one and thinking real quick.
I think you would have noticed that.
Yeah, and Leslie was there twice with me. Feel free to chime in,
we
Leslie.
chased
Just
her out
left
of
the
the
room.
room.
She,
Oh, of course.
And I know
Sorry,
P-
I'm focused right here.
I know P and Z would have
I
jumped on it.
I don't recall any
It's-
of the
We're okay, okay.
spruce beetle or any
Red
of the
neds.
Bug fur beetle
the sudden aspen decline. Like those are the two main things that have hit our hills, and these areas, and we'll be able to see them in the renderings here as well.
I
they're
think P and
fairly
Z, I
healthy.
think Jeffrey would have noticed that because he's a big fire guy, so.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, and Jeffrey added a couple of pieces in the resolution specifically about making sure that there's enough clear space around the tower, the towers, I should say, as well as being in compliance with NFPA 76 and NEC 70.
He likes to cite those codes.
Yes. We,
You're
he
talking
made,
to the
he
right
made
guy.
he made us review them, and we reviewed them, and we will be in compliance. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Other questions, comments? Let's keep going.
Yeah, the only, and this is a blip, during the process with P&Z, we removed towers at the top of Bell and at the bottom of Ajax Express. And we did our best to site those two towers, and in the process, we just, we couldn't find a location that was suitable in that vicinity. So you'll see on the coverage maps, there's a little bit of a hole in the middle of Aspen Mountain. We hope not from a voice and data, but maybe from a higher bandwidth signal. So we're asking, or we're just communicating to the community that we may be back at some point in time in the future if we ever find a site in the middle of Aspen Mountain, if you will, that is not as scenically, negative, I guess. So
I wanted to point out the concept that people might actually start paying more to be out of cell service someday. So you may want to keep some areas that are in complete shadow so they can be by themselves.
It's called turn off your phone.
Can
That's
I
too
go back
complicated.
just a second?
Sorry.
Yeah, Francis.
So you were talking about 3G and 4G a little while ago. What about 5G? How much of this is going to be 5G?
So
Real quick.
yeah, go for it, Kyle.
Mac meant 4G and 5G, which I thought of a solid 5 minutes later, or else I would have corrected him.
Okay.
So he meant it'll be distributing 4G and then also 5G.
And what, from the same towers?
Mm-hmm.
So everything will have 5G.
5G doesn't go as propagate as far, but each tower is built to hold 4G and 5G.
So I want to talk about the health of 5G, but you want me to wait until he's done with his presentation?
Yeah, let's wait till we get to
Okay.
questions.
And we
Mihir,
did have
thank you.
that public comment
Yeah.
about health.
Yeah,
More than one.
that'll be an issue. I'm sure you
Oh, I
guys
only
are ready
saw
for
one
that.
come through.
I did too.
Okay, let's keep going.
All right. So what do the towers look like? So the proposed infrastructure is for monopole towers of different heights. Each monopole tower, in the locations where we have 2 towers per site, there would be room for 2 carriers. For example, the one site that is Buttermilk. We're proposing 2 40-foot towers. They would have carriers that have antennas that are roughly 8 feet tall and cover a 10-foot height zone, if you will. So from 40 feet to 30 feet would be carrier A. Let's just call it Verizon. From 30 feet to 20 feet high, we would have it carrier B, AT&T. Okay? And then the same thing on the other tower. On the rest of the towers that we'll be looking at today, they all include 4 carriers that would be stacked 1, 2, 3, 4 down the pole. Okay? Each carrier would have this tri-collar mount, is what we're calling it. So when you look at that picture in the middle there, you see the 1, 2, 3 sets of antennas that are kind of going in each direction off the tower.
That's my colors.
There's the colors, exactly. So we've got the copper sulfate finish and the honeycomb finish. And I will say that on my screen, they look different than they do on the screen up there. So again, the honeycomb is more of a tan, and
warmer.
the copper sulfate is more of a gray. And at least the way I'm seeing it, it's not quite that. But anyways, so from there, you would not see any exposed cabling other than at those tri-collar mounts. So the cabling for each carrier goes up the middle of the towers and then comes out where those antennas are. And then it goes all the way, cabling would go from the antennas all the way down and then out to this thing in the middle, which is called an ice bridge. And that ice bridge is basically a cabling tray. And so the cable would go across the ice bridge and then go into the cabinet for each carrier. The cabinet sizes for each carrier, it's basically this cabinet thing here that you see in the bottom in the middle. That's what they look like when they're open. When they're closed, they look like a rectangular box. They're roughly 4.5 feet tall, 5 feet tall. And the pads that they sit on are 10 feet wide and 6 feet across. So each carrier would require a 10-foot by 6-foot concrete pad. The towers themselves are depending on the height of the tower, you have a 10 by 10 block of concrete that the tower sits on. So.
And how proximate are the boxes to the towers?
So this drawing right here, and we'll show these site plans here in a little bit, but this drawing here shows, this is the Silver Queen vehicle maintenance facility, if you will. So the green line will show that's the utilities. So green will be fiber and electric. It would share a common trench. Both come from the adjacent building. And then the tower pad is this first one with the red dot. And then the 4 carrier pads are adjacent to it. Okay.
It's like a little cluster.
Yeah, depending on the topography of the area around it and what the existing openings are, you may see 4 in a row like you see here. You may see 2 and 2. It just depends on how we can, frankly, do these installs with as little, impact on the surrounding area as possible. Just try to be thoughtful about it. All right. Okay, so where are so this kind of gives a glimpse, if you will. So City of Aspen, right here. We'll just start Bell Mountain Base. This tower is very close to the existing bottom of the Bell Mountain lift. Ruthie's Base, this is very close to the top of the Aztec ski run. And then the Aspen Mountain that's the Silver Queen one, and that is close to the Aspen Mountain Vehicle Maintenance Facility. So Cloud 9, so this is now, if you're skiing, if you go on the Cloud 9 chair and you ski to the restaurant, there is a cat track that takes you back to the right. We have a snow stake out there and a weather station, and this is tucked into a section of forest that isn't skied, and you'll no longer be able to see it from the lift or the main run there. Then we have the Aspen Highlands Vehicle Maintenance Facility. Again, you'll be able to see a little bit of it from the merry-go-round restaurant, but you won't be able to see it from any of the adjacent lifts. And then the Aspen Highlands base, and we'll go through exactly where that is, but that is essentially in the second tree island uphill from the base area as it exists. Then you've got, again, so here's Tie-Hack. This is the base of the Tie-Hack lift. Here's the Tie-Hack Tower. So quite a ways up the hill. Cliff House Restaurant, the Tie-Hack lift, Summit Express are all right here. This is tucked into the forest. Again, no major skiing anywhere nearby it. And then Buttermilk Base Towers. So we have, of course, done all the scenic quality studies from all the roads necessary. We've got a slide that we can show the exact sites or locations on the highway that you can see things from, and we can go through that a little later in the presentation. So, all right.
I just want to, sorry, quick
Yeah.
question. I want to understand rather to site them in the trees as opposed to co-locating on buildings.
So the co-location on buildings, for example, the span between antennas, like you need to, we're tri-collar mounting these so the coverage goes in all the directions. So you would need to have antennas on multiple sides of buildings. But in addition, how many feet clearance is it?
At least 10 between each antenna.
Yeah.
It
So
should be between each antenna, between each carrier.
So you'd have a 40-foot array of cell antennas.
For a
then.
carrier.
Oh,
Yeah.
for a carrier.
yeah.
Even their own antennas need separation.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you basically cover the entire facade. Of
You
the
would cover
building.
the entire facade. It would almost look like a turret system going around your building. And frankly,
Would
we
look
don't
like a
we don't
what?
have that many buildings.
Turret, not a tourist, a turret.
A turret.
Thank you.
Sorry. And we don't have that many buildings that would allow for that many antennas on it, whether or not it looks okay.
Okay,
So-
because the monopoles you're stacking.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So carriers. So we're currently in discussions with AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and Dish Network. The upper map shows what we think is the current propagation map for low band, which you'll see on here. This is Aspen Mountain. This is Aspen Highlands. This is Buttermilk. And you can see how, and the low band means, can you make a phone call? Can you send a text message? So this is really big on essentially public safety. So the mountains are covered, as well as much of the valleys in the surrounding area. You can go quite a ways towards Independence Pass. You can go about to the entrance of Snowmass Canyon. You go a little bit up Castle Creek. You go a little up Maroon Creek, Owl Creek, etc. So this is what, again, this is the primary goal that we have. And even with the modifications, we feel like this is still a very adequate system. And then the lower one is the mid-band propagation, and that's more and Kylie, correct me if I'm saying this incorrectly, but that's more the 4G, 5G bandwidth. So you'll see, that's primarily, it goes a lot closer to where the towers are. It doesn't, those waves don't go as far. And
Yeah, it just allows for the higher data transmissions and the higher bandwidth. Streaming videos, think that kind of speed that you need.
And so
So you can watch a movie while you're riding up the chairlift?
Totally.
Holy macaroni.
It's important.
It sounds like the best
could read a
coverage is
book.
really fairly proximate. The red zones are
Yeah, they're-
still really limited around the towers.
Yeah, correct.
I will say, I listen to a lot of webinars when I'm out skiing.
Mac and I have been known to have a chairlift meeting or two.
Yeah,
so we get it.
double. Just, things I can just plug and play.
Exactly.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, Leslie.
Both of those maps are proposed with the installation of the towers.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah, both of these are, and Kylie, I think, which carrier is the study? It doesn't really make a difference. Okay, great.
Question, you don't have a map of the existing cell propagation, do you?
Great question, and we don't. It's really hard to get existing propagation. We're not the owner of those towers.
Oh.
It's really proprietary information that the carriers hold pretty close to the vest. Tools to get approximate ones, but you can't get exact unless you're the owner.
Got it.
I have T-Mobile. I can tell you I lose coverage when I get to anything above Ruthie's restaurant at Aspen. I basically lose it around Tower 4 on over at Highlands on Expedition, and Buttermilk is about halfway up Summit when you go down over the knob and down in. So
Got it.
that's me anecdotally again.
Right,
So
yeah.
I'm sure we've all had our own experiences with cell coverage on the Hill. All right, so this gets to that was kind of the overview. This kind of gets into the details and the meat of the conversation. So one of the things that we added to this table here, and that this is included in as one of the tables, it defines the adjacent structure or tree height. With everything, it's the adjacent tree height with the exception of Buttermilk Base. So, and just to define what it means, like the Silver Queen gondola building, so the VMF, the adjacent trees are roughly 60 feet in height, and the tree canopy, if you will, is 15 feet above or uphill of where the tower is located. So if you're standing at the Silver Queen gondola looking out towards Heroes, towards Pandora's, and you're looking in the direction of the tower, you'll probably be able to see it through the trees, but you won't see it over the trees, on the ridge line, anything like that. So when you look at that table and when you kind of start thinking about it, that's a lot of, when you're looking at it from the uphill side, that's kind of what we're talking about. So Ruthie's Base, 70-foot trees next to a 60-foot tower, and the trees, the canopy line goes 10 feet above. So, yeah.
So your canopy line is, at the least, is 10 feet above the tower height. Is that how to read that?
Yeah, it's 5 feet, 10 feet, and canopies and the tops of trees are not as thick as the bottoms of trees, right?
Sure.
So even though 2 or 3
There's
trees are
5 feet.
popping up higher, that upper level, the physical tower antennas, are much wider than the tops of trees.
Right.
So that you'll still be able to see it through there in many instances, but we don't think it dominates the scenery. So, all right. So here is the Silver Queen Tower.
Do you
so,
have similar images from other ski areas that have done this?
We've got some.
Have you been asked this before?
We've got some semi-bad examples from
Okay.
other ski areas that have not been.
Things that didn't do it well.
Awful.
We
There's
don't.
some really bad ones out there. Here's why I laugh.
Yeah, I'm sure there are places that have done it well. It's very hard to find photos of them online. We've talked to other places, and a lot of the infrastructure for these was done about 15 years ago, and they're kind of big and ugly. So, not that these aren't, but hopefully these are hidden enough where the big and ugly is hidden enough. So.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah,
No,
no,
that's fine. Good question.
Good question. All right, so here we are at the top of Aspen Mountain, and this is the Silver Queen Gondola. This is the Sundeck Restaurant. This is the top of the Heroes Lift, and this is the existing vehicle maintenance shop, or I guess all this is existing. So basically, we've got proposed cell tower location over by the VMF, and we've got a view from the gondola. We've got a view from kind of the intersection of Summer Road and Midnight Mine Road. Kind of view number 3 here is, let's just call it the most exposed view that you would have as far as being able to see it going while you're skiing by. And then view 4 is from the top of the Hero's Chair. So again, all the infrastructure is at the vehicle maintenance facility. There's a transformer right there. There's fiber optic cable right there. So this would be a very limited dig, about 40 feet. And then the tower would be tucked into existing tree island with, and this whole area is all back of house. This is where cats go, fuel,
Right.
kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So this would be the site view from the gondola. And please tell me to go slower, hold up, faster, whatever.
I'll go back to that one just so I can orient myself. Sorry, I'm looking at, what am I looking at? So, this is from the gondola?
This is from a gondola cabin.
Oh, looking to
Looking
the
towards
south.
Independence Pass.
Yeah,
And you can see the
Okay.
vehicle maintenance facility building
okay.
right here, top of Gents, right there. The ski patrol and lift maintenance storage building. And then this shows the 60-foot tree island right here with the tower peeking through.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Yep. Here we are on the back side of the Silver Queen gondola storage building. Again, looking out towards Independence Pass. Here's that stand of trees, and there's the tower poking through.
Are you getting cold? I just noticed it's kind of chilly in here. Is everyone?
I can
Depends
manage
until it's
that.
too hot.
I was gonna say. John.
No, I was feeling chilly.
It was warm earlier, so.
Yeah.
I've been putting it up, down, getting the chill off. And
Okay,
space. I
so
was so
then
enthralled.
This
Is
is
this
this
same-
is if you're skiing down from Heroes back to the front side. The county road, Richmond Hill Road, is just below in this picture, and you would be able to see again, the top of it through the trees. And then this is from the top of the Heroes lift, and it really wouldn't be visible.
And that's the building beneath it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Okay. Any questions or discussion that we want to have on this specific one, or should I move?
No, let's
to the
move
next?
on. Keep
Okay.
going.
All right.
Somebody will stop you if they need to.
So this one is the Bell Mountain Base Cell Tower. So the bottom of the Bell Mountain chair is here. Silver Queen Gondola goes by this area here. There are currently 2 electrical towers or power poles here, like in the site vicinity of where the proposed tower would be. And the Little Nell top of chair is there. So this is the Little Nell ski run. You're pretty close to town, but it kind of goes really steep, and then it has a flat bench. So this is not visible from the valley floor, if you will.
And that's not an active ski terrain right there.
This is
Like-
Niagara.
That's okay.
Like
I was gonna
skiers
ask.
right
Okay.
of Niagara. You can go down it. It's open from time to time. It's frankly a pretty good powder stash. We don't want to say that
Right.
out loud, but
Okay,
yeah.
so that's the right side of Niagara. Okay.
Yeah, so that's the right side of Lower Niagara.
When it has
if you will.
coverage. Yeah.
Okay. And so this one would require a little longer fiber optic run and a very close electric run. So the purple is fiber optic only, and there is power right there at that site. And that is an existing road that the fiber optic would be going, or an existing work road, ASE private, if you will, and that it would be going up the middle of. So already previously disturbed area. So we're proposing a 48-foot tall monopole here. This would be adjacent to the power poles that are there. And the cabinets would be, you can see, would be below it and to the right. So on these plans, And in the resolution, it defines that we will, if we get through this process, that when we are submitting building permits, that we're submitting a landscape plan that is screening the cabinets at the bottom and the lower part of the terminal, or lower part of the tower, sorry.
Got it.
Okay. So you see two newer trees, if you will. These two trees in front do not exist today, but that a landscape plan would do something to that effect. Okay.
But you flattened it so much I barely recognized it, but I get it now.
All right. Here is a view from the Little Nell ski run. Yeah, Kelly?
How do you deal with snow?
It's a tall tower.
And the boxes on the bottom?
Yeah, the boxes are fine. They produce enough heat to generally keep, a couple-inch barrier of snow away. And then just from in locations like this where there is skiing terrain in the nearby area, patrol would do a fence line to keep people away. But otherwise, there are no fences proposed on any of these plans. Permanent fences for summer. It would just be looked at from a patrol management standpoint.
Is this the one that's the most proximate to active skiing? We can keep going. I was thinking.
Yeah, I was going to say this one. There's a couple where you ski by. This one is below existing power poles, so nobody's skiing into the power poles currently, so it's not really affecting it.
It's not a hazard. I was just wondering if it.
Yeah, there's a few that are.
I think like the Cliff House areas,
Okay. All right. Keep going.
Okay. Here's that pole, again, just from the bottom of the bell, as far as up against below from the Aspen stand. You really only see it from this pocket, if you will. Predominantly people are skiing by on the Little Nell ski run.
Right. Yeah. Very few go that way.
Yeah. And then here is a view from the Silver Queen.
Okay.
So, and that's the other spot that, as many people would be seeing it from that angle. So, okay. This is Ruthie's base cell tower site. So, the bottom of Ruthie's chair is here. The top of lift 1 is on the very far left of this. And Ruthie's restaurant is here. This is the Aztec ski run. And this is Ruthie's run.
Right in the trees
So,
on the hairpin. Okay.
Yeah, so basically, when you take when you're skiing down the hill and you take a left onto Aztec, that's right about from view number 1 is about, in this area, is about the only spot you would see this tower. Which is why we've only got
Well, you
one.
shouldn't be looking in the trees, you should be looking at the snow.
There's no skiing through these trees. They're
But
they're
that's a pretty
tight.
steep part, you need to be paying
Oh,
attention.
you need to be paying attention to Aztec.
That's
yeah.
the flats at the top.
That's the
Aztec.
flats,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's the glide.
That's the glide. So this one in your packet, it's defined as it is on ski company property and Forest Service property. What that means is that the tower itself is on ski company property, and the utilities to get to the tower site cross through Forest Service property. So if you see that, I think that happened at 2 or 3 towers, and that's why it says ASC and USFS on that. So utilities would come up Summer Road and go into the site.
Got it.
And then here's a look at what that tower would look like as you would be skiing by. Okay. All right. Buttermilk Base. So this is 82 Owl Creek Road, going around West Buttermilk Road, going up the hill. This is our existing vehicle maintenance facility at the bottom of Buttermilk Mountain Lodge, the ski area, the half pipe, etc. So these towers are proposed to be just behind the existing vehicle maintenance facility. That facility is roughly 20 feet tall. And so what it would be is you would see the 20-foot tall building and then 2 sets of antennas going from 20 to 30, 30 to 40.
Mudslides.
Yep. there were mudslides into that area at one point in time. In fact, you can see, to Patty's credit here, right here, this cut in the trees, that was an old mudslide. And there's been drainage work that has happened since then, as well as a swale, which you see just above right here, that was installed post that mudslide.
You did mitigation after the.
Yeah, there's been a couple.
That's pretty significant.
Yeah, there's been a couple of drainage feature improvements that have happened since.
Make sure if you put it in towers, we're protecting them.
So is there a spring right emerging in that vicinity? Because I know the wetland down below it that leads off into the airport property, that's a source of water under the runway, as far as I know. Isn't that?
I'm unaware of an active spring there, Greg.
I think the mudslide was related to snow melt from compression from maybe
it was just
X-Games or.
All the.
Well,
the
plus
snow.
it is an area where the Manco Shale is pretty
unstable
predominant.
geologically.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is a geological hazard of the hill uphill of the site. But where the physical towers are is frankly in
That's
something
fine
that
on
was
the building.
cut flat years ago.
Right.
So.
God, I was just looking at the obvious water course there.
This spot right over here.
Yeah.
You
and
know
then
every
down,
square
straight
inch of
down.
every mountain, Matt.
Oh, say that again, Francis.
You know every square inch of every mountain.
That's my job. It's a good job.
You do it pretty well.
Thank you. Yeah.
I almost know every square inch.
Ask Gordon.
Yeah. No, exactly. Gordon knows things that I'll never know. All right. So you'll see on here all these little green people are the different views. We've got a bunch of different views, taken from the highway intersection at Owl Creek Road, taken from the bus stop, taken from our neighbors at the inn at Aspen, taken from Owl Creek Road, et cetera. So we tried to be very thoughtful of this location, as in with all of them, but we recognize that this is within scenic view planes, within the WOMP, et cetera. So we are within full compliance of all of those different regulations as well. So again, utilities are right here, so it's fairly easy to get power and to get fiber to the back of the building. So this is existing, and just wanted to highlight, this is what the same type of tricolor tower that we'll be doing. This is a 32-foot tall tower right here. This was installed, like I said, 2 years ago. And then it should be noted that these are also, Kelly, to your point earlier, your question earlier, just can they be put on the sides of buildings? These are this is for one additional carrier that's antennas going in 3 different directions off this building. So here we go. So what are we proposing? We're proposing 2 towers. They, when you get the towers next to each other like this, you need to have a 40-foot separation. So that's why you see them so far apart on the building. They're, again, just peaking up above the height of the building, and this is, all back of house area that you're looking at. We have a welding shop on the other side. Like basically, this photo is taken from the gas pumps. There's a welding shop, looker's right, and that's the vehicle maintenance shop.
Does that represent 2 carriers, 4?
4. Each stack of antennas are 1 carrier. So carrier 1, carrier 2, carrier 3, carrier 4. Okay. We do not believe you're going to be able to see them from the kind of the main entryway parking lot area. You will be able to see them from one of the county lots. It by no means peaks any ridges or anything like that. You'll barely be able to see it from the highway, but in very specific spots you will be able to see it. Depending on what your angle is, I'm sure there's an angle that you can see it through the trees. We've got that identified, but this specific shot, we don't think you'd be able to. Same thing here. We don't think you'll be able to see it from this section of Owl Creek Road. And then from Inn at Aspen, the building shields it, Buttermilk Mountain Lodge. And then just a shot from skiing down through the park here. And this is don't know why we've got this one, but this is an interesting photo.
Nice view.
Just, yeah, what a beautiful view.
Who's ever gonna see that one?
Yeah, I don't know who would see that one, so. All right, so Cliff House. So this is we're headed up the hill at Buttermilk, obviously. Cliff House Restaurant, top of Tyhack, Patrol Headquarters, Summit Express. So the two locations that kind of were most predominant are getting off of Summit Express and kind of that queuing area where people gather outside of the Cliff House. So this would require utilities from that Cliff House area to come over. And then the way I should show this. So as you look at this, there is an opening right here in the trees and then another opening here. So we're taking advantage of existing openings in the canopy to be able to then have a 40-foot wall of trees essentially screening the tower. This is not in a location people do ski. There's a little like tunnel thing for kids, tree trail right here. And then a second opening over here. You can high five a panda a little further down, just to give you kind of bearings of where that is in the winter. But this specific location is, yes, we recognize it is close, but we feel like the screening is fairly significant.
No, you said 40 feet of trees. You mean 40-foot linear depth?
Depth.
Yeah, a
Sorry.
40-foot thick wall
Yeah,
of trees.
40-foot thick
Right.
wall from that red dot
But they're going to be
to this line
65
of
feet
trees
high or
that is
something.
kind of your screening.
Got it. And these
Okay.
trees are up to 60 or 65 or something.
Yes. Yeah, and we were asked to reduce the height of this one because we had it at tree canopy height, and we were, again, through our consultant, we were able to get this one reduced in height by 6 feet.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, and then we don't, I'm sure you'll be able to see it kind of through the trees, but you're not gonna be able to see the top. And again, that thickness of tree wall, if you will, I don't think you're gonna be able to see it. And
Most
similar.
people are trying to get speed to get through there.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to stop and look at it.
Exactly.
If you look for it, you're going to see it, but you're probably not going to see it otherwise.
And this one, I hope people are looking at that beautiful view of Pyramid instead of.
I'm gonna
over
go
in the
find those,
trees.
it's find those cell towers day, so we're gonna have a contest.
They'll be able to figure out that it's not the bells, okay?
Right.
So, all right.
Right, they can reference their phone and they'll actually know what they're looking at.
Exactly.
They'll say cell tower.
So now we're at that kind of tie-hack lift base tower location. For all of us uphillers and hikers, you'll recognize this is right when you get to the top of Eagle Hill is about where my mouse is. And then the uphill course goes to the right on the downhill side of this tree island. And then you go up the trail that way.
Yep.
So that's kind of where we're at. This location there is an existing, I know we heard a previous presenter talk about an existing mining road. This is an existing lift tower access road, lift construction road that goes through this pot of trees, and there's actually a second one that kind of intersects with it. So there is a previously disturbed or cut area of forest with a access road that a cement truck could get up, and a crane could be driven on it as well to install a tower.
Thank you.
The tower height is 60 feet. Again, I'm sure we've got it in one of these. Yep, there we go. Tree stand is about 60 feet as well. So as you look across the hill, and apologize about the darkness of this photo, but basically you are in line with the canopy, and there are trees here, like this evergreen that's like 80 feet tall. We've got another one that pops up. So you will be able to see this from the high school, from Maroon Creek Road as you're doing that left-hand turn next to open space there as you're going around the football field. It's very, very, very small. Like it's a ways out there in the distance, but you would be able to see it. again, it just kind of is something that will, you know, because this is a mostly aspen forest and aspen trees don't retain leaves in the winter, you will be able to see this through the non-leaved trees in the wintertime. And then not as well in the summertime. So, and yeah, here's a view from that corner I was just describing it when you're going by the football field. So it's where that red arrow is in the distance is the grove of trees we're talking about. So if you can think you see an individual tree, I mean, that's, you know, basically what we're talking about here. Okay. Bottom of Aspen Highlands. So we have Highlands Village right here. We have the Ale House. We've got the bottom of Exhibition. We've got Thunderbolt Chair right next to it, etc. So the location of this tower is right up here. This again is on a pre-existing cut that cuts across here. There is a trail that my kids showed me last year that ski school does take them in the vicinity of this, but it's one of those very seldom used, other than 50 people a day or something like that kind of thing. We've got views from the lift maze or the lawn area. We've got views from just a little bit up the hill, and then we've got views from right immediately adjacent, kind of the worst case scenario, if you will. So we would have to bring fiber from the bottom of the exhibition chair, and power is closer for this one, but still pretty short run. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how to fade. So thanks, Eric. So the tower is right in here. We have a 60-foot tower and an adjacent stand of about 50 feet. And oh wow, another fade. Here we go.
Wow, high tech.
Yeah, right. So this tree, for example, is much further downhill, but this is a 90-foot tree. This big guy. So from a lot of the plaza area, that's going to shield where we're talking about for this tower.
Will there actually be cell coverage between the buildings and the courtyardy sort of area, really?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
From this?
From this.
Even though it's on the other side of that massive building? Huh. Good to know.
All right. And then one more just kind of up the hill, and then one more fade. Beautiful. This was kind of worst case scenario. So, and right there.
How visible is it from the Thunderbolt lift?
Thunderbolt lift goes right through, here, let's go back to this. Sorry, fades. There we go. So Thunderbolt is right there, going up the hill.
Got it. Okay.
And so from tower, 1, 2, 3, around tower 3 of Thunderbolt, it's going to be pretty visible.
Yeah.
Yep. You'll know it's there if you're truly looking.
If you're looking for it.
Yep.
If you're trying to get good cell service.
Yeah.
Okay.
And technically, we think you may be able to see it as a speck off of Highway 82. Is that right?
Yeah. Doubtful.
Yeah, it's 82.
Yep.
Right before the roundabout.
All right, Highlands Vehicle Maintenance Facility. So top of Exhibition lift is here. Bottom of Loge lift is here. Merry-Go-Round Restaurant is here. The vehicle maintenance shop is here. There's a reason you see all these roads cutting across this hill. It's tiered in elevation-wise. You just keep going further and further down the hill. So the vehicle maintenance, it would be on elevation, or the pad would be on elevation with the vehicle maintenance facility. And this stand of trees is a fairly tall stand of trees, roughly 90 feet tall, if you will. And there's probably, 100 foot of elevation change to the restaurant.
And most people don't even know the vehicle maintenance facility's there.
When you're standing in line for Loge,
No, it's there.
you don't even know it's there. It's crazy.
Yeah.
We have fiber and we have power at the VMF, so that's a very short utility run. Sweet, more
I will say, I
fades.
got stuck on Loge on a really windy day, and I was like, I hope somebody comes to get me.
Now you can
On the
call for
lift?
help.
Now I can call
Maybe.
for help
Yeah.
on the lift, yeah.
So, yeah, right there you see the guest
Scary.
services building where you store your backpack, get some water, and there you see it poking through the trees in the distance.
Okay.
This
so
is
there,
just
sorry.
right up next to it. Sorry, there we go.
I think it's just lagging.
It's lagging. It's the fades.
There's
It's
no
too much for it,
transition.
Eric.
It's
Too
just
much.
lagging.
So here you are right next to it, and then here you are below it looking up, which doesn't happen that often, but. And, okay, and again, right next to it. So again, this is about, 20 feet back of thickness of trees in between you and the tower area. Fairly back of house location.
That snow looked nice.
It was
Now,
fun.
is this one that you reduced in height, or is this?
No. This one is, because of the hole that it's in, and because of the desire to get coverage to the other side of the merry-go-round ridge, if you will, that's
it.
That's the height that, and we have gone back to HR Green on that because, it reads,
This is
the
this is
other
only
highest
one-
tower
yeah.
is 60 feet currently, so
Yeah.
this is substantially higher than that. We fully recognize this, but it's, in order to not have a second tower or need to propose or look at something else on the other side of the hill, this was the solution that we thought was least offensive.
Got it. Question, do they actually, I know they designed cell towers to look like trees, like to look more like trees. Is that something you took into consideration? Could it actually be?
Yeah, we consulted
Put some
with.
disguise on it, or,
We
folk-
consulted with some people that have built those in the past, as well as the Forest Service, and the Forest Service has allowed those on forest property in the past, and at least the group of Forest Service employees that we were talking to is very against the fake tree look.
Oh, really?
They do not age well. The needles are, not that anybody's walking under a cell tower, but they fall out from time to time, and they're basically metal darts. They have to be repainted. There's just a lot of things that.
We had that experience at W/J with a faux tower,
Okay.
and they were
Okay, I didn't
darts.
know about that. All right, interesting.
It's still there.
I know, we forgot to follow up on the
And
maintenance part.
One thing that a 100-foot communications tower is not a new precedent in the county. There are 120-foot communications towers. And not that the Silver Queen towers are communications towers, but those are 145 feet, or a couple of those gantries are 145
What are
feet.
they?
The Silver
gondola
Queen?
towers.
The gantry towers, they're not the single tube tower. It's the
Lattice towers.
The lattice towers.
One's at the top of Aspen Mountain.
The Eiffel Towers.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the one at Elam gravel pit? 80 feet?
Yeah, the Elam Gravel's an 80-foot tower, and that, frankly, is very well colored.
You have to really
'cause
look for it.
I didn't know it existed until I drove by it, and there is no screening for that tower because they did such a good job with color. So, yeah. Okay. Cloud 9. All right. So on the map here, we have the top of the Cloud 9 lift. We have the Cloud 9 restaurant. And then we have the proposed tower. And this also is Loge chair, right here, Loge lift, going up the hill. So you will pass while you're going on Loge, closer than when you're going on Cloud 9. And this is the easiest way down, if you will, from Cloud 9. And so this is a good cat track. We groom it for work road, access for Cloud 9 restaurant, etc. This is a very densely packed forest. We have a weather station here. We have a snow stake here, things like that for patrol use. And then, and that's there because of basically a topographical bench that kind of cuts across that hill. And same thing would be for this. So there is a existing topographical bench that's there. and it's just doing a 15-foot bit of grading and access road.
I'm sorry, where's uphill?
Uphill
bottom
is the
part?
bottom of the screen.
Okay.
So this is going up.
And that's,
So-
that's steep. It's steep down to, into.
Yeah, this is
the
very
meadows there.
steep right hill,
Yeah.
right here.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, and this is, what is this, the Alps, I think is the run. So just to kind of give your perspective. Okay, utilities would come from Cloud 9 Restaurant. And we don't think it would be visible, or it would be very difficult to see from the restaurant itself. This is kind of where you would rack your skis. This is just closer to the road. It's again difficult to see from this side.
This is right by the top of the lift, as you're going into the woods there. to
You're
the
going,
east or to
yeah, the
southeast.
lift is looker's right.
Yeah.
On this. So this would be the most visible spot from it, as you're skiing down, this isn't Broadway, what is
That's
this?
that bump field.
Yeah, skiing down the bump field,
Can you see?
exactly. That is looker's left.
Yes.
This is that, this is the bump field. This is that lip that all the kids jump off of, if you will, going off the road. And then that gets down into the nice groom.
Right.
Below that.
Got it. There's some really tight tree lines in there. Remember Andreas
Very tight.
Fischbacher
Yes.
leading me in there one
There are,
afternoon.
there are, the tree line, at least that I ski, is going off of Cloud 9, going down this, and then cutting through here.
Right, okay.
To get to that, but this lower part, I'm sure somebody will tell me I'm wrong, but it's not skied often.
Right, yeah, and that's really thick. Yeah.
Well, and you're gonna
I
rub
only
it
did it
off,
once
right?
and thought I wouldn't do it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Towers here, a lot of
Then
viewpoints.
Broadway, just coming down, lots of views. And then, yeah, that's,
There's
just wanted
the tour.
just wanted to point this out, because we did put this in the package. This analyzes these color codes. This is all the scenic view right-of-ways. And everything within this lighter purple is something that can be seen from one road or another. And so you see these small sections of road. This green is for Buttermilk Base. You can see it from that one section. Yellow is the Tie Hack Base. That's the one you can see the most from different sections of road. But again, you're a mile away.
Right,
Like
and you're
it's-
driving on the road.
It's, you're hopefully paying attention to the roundabout, not looking up at Tie Hack. And then Bell Mountain Base Tower is visible from a few spots on Main Street. Again, I've been to a couple of those spots on Main Street, and there's some buildings in the way. But according to the computer, it's something that can be seen, so we included it.
So one of them would be from right here, but couldn't see it now, I don't think. I think it'd be right here.
Can't see it now, it's fogged in.
It's
and
raining,
pouring
yeah,
rain.
we're getting rained on.
Looks like snow.
That's our presentation.
There it is, great. Okay, we're gonna probably, if you're ready for questions, I know we've got a couple board questions, and then we'll open up the public comment, or you wanna go?
Steve had his hand up first, but I'll go after Steve.
Let's do, okay,
I'll
we'll
wait.
start with Steve.
Leslie's gonna go.
Just,
Leslie?
my first observation is,
Mike, Steve.
when you're looking at the pictures, I don't see the cell towers, I see the lift towers.
Can you
Or
hide those?
When you're looking, you're seeing these towers all over the place, and you don't even notice, unless you're specifically looking for the cell tower. Like, I know there's one there, I'm gonna find it, like, where's Waldo kind of a thing. We driving up Highway 2, you drive by cell towers, and you don't even notice them, because they're just something that's there, and unless you're specifically looking for them. And so I don't really have a concern for the visual thing the way, I mean, I know you lowered the heights of some of them, you located them, so I don't think the visual part is really going to be an issue.
Thank you, Steve. You got filtered
My
by
one
the P&Z.
concern is distracted skiers and boarders. just like distracted drivers trying to, you know, they're on a phone call while they're actually in motion going down the hill, which I'm sure there will be some accidents because of that. And is there, I don't know, do you have any way to warn people or have them sign a waiver or something, you know, that?
I think they're on them now trying to get a cell connection. It's probably worse.
I mean, that is something that exists in some of the locations on our mountains today, and it exists on many other ski areas today. You know, there is a certain level of responsibility that you need to expect out of the community, I guess. But hopefully hopefully this doesn't increase the number of injuries. Hopefully this allows for faster responses if injuries occur. You know?
There's a recent rule change for cell with driving on the road, right?
January 1st.
Coming January 1st.
Yep.
If you're on your
Hands-free.
phone,
You have to be hands-free.
has to be okay. So there's a new rule. I'm just wondering if there's some application for, you know, being in a bicycle, being on skis. It would be
Automobile
smart.
driving.
Yeah, it'd be smart to extend that, but maybe. So what about? Are you thinking about signage? Just wondering, are people going to be reminded that it's a bad idea to be on your phone while you're skiing? With
I would
signage
have
at the
to
tops of the lifts?
look back at the Skier Safety Act, but I know that gets amended from time to time. And I know that last year's update to Skier Safety Act included alcohol provisions as well as a couple other public safety provisions. It would shock me if cell phones weren't already in the Skier Safety Act, but I would have to double check that.
That would be worth.
And if it
I think
isn't,
you
I
should-
guarantee that's something the ski company would be in favor of lobbying to the state board on that.
I think it'd be great to know more about that. Go ahead.
I have a few things. The tower maintenance, the tower and the structures maintenance, routine maintenance of those things. We missed that on a couple of our cell tower approvals in the past. Just want to make sure that we have a plan for the maintenance and access to if you have an issue, because they're kind of tucked away middle of winter if you have something go down. So Leslie, I don't know if that's part of any resolution, but kind of like just a maintenance plan. And I put it down as after use. What happens when these cell towers are no longer in use? Do they stay up? Do they come down? Are the boxes there? Do they get removed from the mountain?
Specifically to that, in P&Z, we talked, and Leslie and I created a clause in here that says if the towers are not being used for a period of 2 consecutive years, that they'll be removed and then revegetated.
And the infrastructure that goes with them.
Yes. Well, the conduits underground would be
Yeah, but the
abandoned or
boxes,
whatever, but the concrete pads would either be removed or covered with dirt and then revegged.
Great, thank you.
That's condition number 20 in your
Yeah, I
resolution.
just missed it. The other one, during installation, helicopters, probably, bringing in towers?
We are not anticipating helicopters. We're anticipating cranes. But if there are locations where
Cranes are tough on some of
cranes
this.
can't access, then it would be a helicopter.
And what kind of tree removal for the installation? Are you gonna be taking out any trees? We know we had concerns raised at Pandora's or Heroes.
Well, that was only 3,000.
Well, but, it was, the impact was pretty significant to the community when they saw that, so I don't know what kind of vegetation and is that?
There is tree removal plan or associated with these plans. We're talking 3 to 5 trees per
At
site.
every site?
At the most. Some sites are cited where we're not taking out any. I just don't want to understate something.
And then afterwards, I'm sure disturbance will be re-vegged.
So as part of issuance of permits, so each of these sites will have their own permit, and tree removal permits will be required if they are removing trees. And our tree removal permit talks about mitigation if it's greater than 6 inches
Our
in
standard.
diameter, as well as a site-specific landscape plan would be added to that permit, and that landscape plan would talk about re-veg, so re-vegging of the trench and.
For our use.
Yeah.
And the other one, you talked about heat generation for snowmelt in the winter. What about heat generation in the summer? I mean, I'm concerned about vegetation being too close to the infrastructure boxes and the issue with wildfire. Are they?
That is also covered in the resolution.
I didn't see it. Sorry, I didn't.
No, it's okay. There is a, item 19, talks about a 10-foot perimeter around all structures. And that also includes trees, brush, 36-inch perimeter from all lower shrubs, kind of a thing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good question. I do have one question.
Francie?
We'll save my comments for later, but what about power to the boxes in the towers?
Electricity, if it's within 250 feet of an existing transformer, we're using those existing transformer locations and everything's underground. If it's further than 250 feet away from a transformer, we're including a transformer with each site, basically.
And so then for installation, you'll be digging trenches for the electricity?
Yes.
And you'll be bringing things in with cranes and stuff. So there's going to be some significant damage to the surface of the areas where you're building these. And I saw your revegetation plan, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, we attempted in all locations where we can use a pre-disturbed area, we are. But in order to put a tower 40 feet inside of a tree area, that usually means that we're, for that last 40 feet, it's native area that would be newly disturbed. So we attempted to be conscious about minimizing that.
I know you do that. I know you're conscious about that. Okay, I'll save my comments.
Can I just, Francie, I thought too, and I think Tom Lankering will talk about it, the health effects.
Yeah.
The
well,
human health effects.
I was going to wait till after public comment, yeah.
Okay, any other questions? So I think we should open it to public comment. Anybody in the room? I don't see anyone in the room.
Looks like he's still
And then
there.
online, I know we had Tom Lankering, he's got his hand up online, and Tom's the only one there. So Tom, please go ahead. Thanks for your patience.
Hear me okay?
I think we can hear you.
Hear me?
I think so.
Right. Right, okay, so the opportunity, just wanted to mention,
Now we've lost you.
Lee mentioned I should be on with music, I've had the board,
He needs.
should I call in?
Yeah, Tom, I think you're breaking up. I don't know where you are, but you're in a bad coverage area.
Ironic.
Yeah, you may need to call in a different way because that's not working.
But we did get his email,
We did get your letter.
His letter.
But I want you to have the chance to talk. You want to try calling a different line? If that's what, huh. Well, okay, that's.
It's too bad.
Hear me? I'll call in.
Yeah, you're breaking up. You'll have to give us a phone call. And how does
Okay.
that work differently?
I don't know how to do that.
Does Rosa pick that up? How does that work?
Should be on there.
Or it comes to the same thing? Okay, all right.
Yeah, there's a phone number on the,
Right,
on the packet.
he's trying that, so hopefully that'll get him on.
You know, we had discussed at length, Greg, in the past, the health effects with 5G being on every corner, like they were in Denver, they're being on every corner where people lived. And I think that there's some evidence, maybe it's conclusive or non-conclusive at this point, about health effects from exposures, but it's from solitary. It's like if you live within X perimeter, it's my understanding of a tower. It's not when you pass by on a ski slope.
Well, I used to do a lot of research on it when it first came out, that it was bad for you, and they were going to put something up on above Aspen, and a lot of people were objecting at that time, but everything seemed to quiet down. So I don't know whether it's quieted down because it's been proven not to be hazardous, or whether people got tired of the fight. You know, it'd be interesting to hear what Tom has to say about that.
Yeah.
My niece has been talking about it for years, and so I think it is a concern.
We've got some experts too that you know about. You can probably tell us your
Yeah.
perspective on it.
First off, I'm a tech expert, not a health expert, so here's
Got
my
it.
caveat. But there are FCC regulations in place with 4G and 5G that the carriers and us have to follow before the frequencies are licensed. And they are the health experts and say that when you're within that, you're okay to go.
Within what?
Within their regulations.
Meeting their
When you
criteria.
build per the regulations, like their regulations say, the bottom antenna is 20 feet in the air.
Okay.
And so at the distance for horizontal vertical from the general public going within the area is covered with the height of the antenna.
So if you climbed the tower, you would be subjected to damage by the 5G. Or if you were in your little fly around things around it or something. But the idea is that
Probably
if you're,
for prolonged periods of time.
Yeah. And that's a good point, for instance. They were saying that in Denver with the towers being on every street corner, like almost every street corner was the original proposals. And it was for, say, people living on the second floor of units that looked right out at the antennas that lived there. And that was, pretty risky at that time because they didn't know that much about it. But you're right, I don't know if that's been resolved or it's just people have accepted or if they still have them on every street corner in Denver.
Well,
are we
the-
going to hear from Tom?
The
Hi, Charlotte, I'm trying to get into the BoCC.
Well, we can hear you.
can hear you now.
We can hear you.
Zoom was a bad connection.
He's
Do
not-
you have a phone number to call in for that meeting?
Tom,
We can hear you.
we can hear you, Tom.
I think he was leaving you a message.
Just
maybe
go ahead
that's-
and talk. We can hear you.
Hold on. Okay, let's go, 719. Okay. 3 minutes.
So the danger from a signal, like a microwave signal, decreases exponentially with the distance from the transmitter. So the the farther away you get, it's that much weaker by
disperses
an
more.
exponential scale.
Yeah, and so to reiterate, the FCC tells you what you have to do to meet safe requirements, and the carriers have to meet that or else they're not licensed.
So if you were going to have your picnic sitting on top of the antenna because it's warm, that would probably not be a good thing.
Not a good idea.
Did you read Tom's letter, though?
Yes.
I did.
Yeah.
Okay, I think at the end of his letter, he makes a point that the FCC was sued and they're supposed to enforce these rules, and they're not enforcing these rules. So
The
if-
rules
if-
that are the criteria.
if Tom can't get on, I just feel like I need to.
So, I don't know
Say
if they
that's
have any
what his
control
letter
over the
says.
FCC to enforce, but I'm not taking that one on.
Well, at a
She's
minimum,
looking at Rye. I'm staying out of it.
We've talked
So
Commissioner
this-
Flopper's correct. You don't have any control over what the FCC does.
So this is a single reading?
Yeah, so I do have that as a note. The resolution does need to be, the first paragraph of the resolution states that it's a formal resolution, so it looks like maybe the wrong form was grabbed at the beginning. So that just needs to be corrected, because I believe this is an informal resolution approving the master plan amendment. Other than that, yes, it's one reading.
Are there other people in the public who want to talk?
I didn't see anybody, but we can look again, if you don't mind, Rosa. Let's go see who else is there.
We lost Tom again.
There's another one with a hand up. That may be Tom. Give him a try.
Yeah, probably is.
The one below, yeah, give
That's a
him,
927.
that's him. That might be him. Try the 927 number, yeah.
Yeah, I told him.
Okay, can you hear us? Can we hear you?
Does he need to unmute? What's that other?
there we go.
Okay, can you
There
hear
we
us,
go.
Tom?
I can. You can hear me okay?
Yeah, and just tell us your name for the record.
Tom Lankering.
Great, thank you. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to mention, Leslie asked me to be on the call at 1, so I've been playing background BoCC meetings instead of background music, and first time in 40 years people have left with a headache, but anyway. It's a little humor check to get started here. So
Welcome to the club.
Okay, appreciate, so I just wanted to check here. Obviously, my concern is as far as health. I have done quite a bit of work. I was on the state 5G committee, learned quite a bit about that. And as is mentioned, I did submit my comments here. And I'm concerned because over the past several decades, numerous scientific publications have revealed alarming health effects caused by radio frequency radiation exposure from wireless sources. One of these is cell towers. And so the science is clear that the radio frequency radiation exposure increases the risk of cancer, DNA damage, reproductive harm, neurological issues, and more. And despite this, federal exposure guidelines have remained unchanged for almost 30 years. And as was being mentioned, as far as the court case in 2021 that was filed against the Federal Communications Commission, it was revealed that the safety guidelines have not been updated since the 1996 when they used 1G and Motorola flip phones. And so 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G are still relying on 1G technology. And as was mentioned, that the FCC was required to update, but they have ignored their court hearings or court recommendations, and they have not updated their guidelines. So it's very severe about this. And, electromagnetic pollution is getting worse. And so sometimes, it's 45 years as an avid skier, an avid backcountry user, I can appreciate the safety, and I don't necessarily want to address that conversation, but more from the safety standpoint. But during that court case, there were over 10,000 studies that revealed dangers to healthcare or to our health, and there were zero, absolutely zero studies that indicated or documented that the electromagnetic radiation is safe to our health. So I think that we really need to be looking at addressing this. We look at visual impacts, we look at impacts on the ground and so forth. But the health issues of what's going on is really concerning. 5G towers are more dangerous than earlier cell tower generations because they expose us to a wider variety of radio frequencies. And you can see in my comment that I made as far as the list of symptoms caused by EMFs, it's 15 lines of different side effects, but research has proven harmful effects of radiation on DNA damage, increased risk cancer, fertility concerns, neurological effects, sleep disturbances, cognitive impairment, cellular damage, electrosensitivity, and the long-term health effects, cumulative exposure to harmful radiation that are not yet fully understood. But we know that EMFs increase the permeability of the blood-brain barrier, and it is a fundamental risk to the brain. And so these are the different, just the tip of the iceberg as far as the health impacts. And I'm concerned that these have not really been addressed. And I think that the health of our community, the public health, even the ski company, made in their opening statement that their concern is about public health, but they have not addressed these concerns. Fire is one other issue as far as 5G carrying capacity, but that's another conversation. And so I just want to address this, that there are serious health concerns, and I think it's a critical issue that needs to be addressed. So thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate you calling in and waiting for us. I just want to check once again to see if anybody else is online, and I don't see anybody else. Back to the room. There's no one else in the room. I'm bringing it back to the board. I'd love to get some comment from staff. This is our opportunity to speak about this. Anybody want to?
I've asked my questions.
Okay, Francie's on deck.
I'll go. Well, Mac, I'm not going to give you the whole history of my time in the mountains and on skiing, but it's pretty extensive. And when I had my outfitting business, I was 50, 60 days in the wilderness every summer. I never had a cell phone in my pocket once in all those years. And now that we have so many people in the backcountry, are we gonna have to start building towers all over the wilderness so that we can do rescues when somebody needs a rescue? I'm really concerned about this. I'm probably not gonna vote for it. I'm sorry to tell you. I feel like Ski Patrol has been incredibly responsive for, 50, 60, 80 years, however long. And I think you probably would have had Ski Patrol there not too much later with your accident. I'm glad they got there when they did, but I just cannot see us infiltrating our wilderness with cell phone coverage. To me, it's a manifestation of the first steps in losing our wilderness. Why in the world you would have to be on your cell phone when you go skiing? Yes, it's your job, I understand that. But for most people, it's not their job. And for people to, I know you were joking sort of, but call in your lunch or ask each other, where are you? I want to do a run with you. I mean, somehow we managed to find people, and there were that hour you waited at the bottom for somebody to show up to ride the lift with. That was just part of what skiing was, and when you didn't go skiing to look at your phone as you go up the chairlift. To me, it's just so, Greg said to be industrial skiing resort. That's kind of what it is. It's an industrial business now. It's not, used to be a semi-wilderness experience. Yeah, you got to the bottom and you had Highlands, which back in the day was just one building, but now it's a whole town. But all day you weren't experiencing your connection with the rest of the world. You were skiing, you were in the wilderness, you were appreciating it. Yeah, the things made noise and all of that, but it was a semi-wilderness experience. I'm concerned what's going to happen now when first responders expect to be able to pick up their cell phone and call for help when they're doing mountain rescue. You go to do a rescue on Capitol and you have to have cell phone coverage the whole way up to make sure you can connect with whomever, and I think about rowing the Grand Canyon. When you head out to go down the Grand Canyon, if you have a heart attack, you're toast. That's just how it works. And in the Grand Canyon. So are we going to string cell phone coverage across the rim to rim or something? I know I'm the oldest person in the room. I'm the only skier in the room who's never skied with a cell phone in my pocket. I understand that. I understand there's a generational change in society in general, but I think there are some things that could be sacred, and I think I almost said a really bad word, keeping cell phone out of the wilderness could be one of them. It is for me, so. I appreciate the work you've put into it. I know what kind of research you do. I know you try to approach these things in the best way possible. This is just the straw for me.
Thanks, Francie. Patty?
Yeah, I need to respond. Francie, I understand, but when you were doing 50 or 60 hours, did they have cell phones? And I've
What?
never, did they have cell phones when you were doing 50
Oh,
or 60?
yeah, I'm saying that's because I'm old and I
know.
have
Well,
not
I have
skied for a
never
while.
skied. I've gone up the gondola and wanted to get cell phone connection at the top to do work because that's my enjoyment is to go up there and do my work, and I can't do it if I can't get. But anyway, that being said, I was a first responder myself, having worked in the ER at AVH, having worked at the Snowmass Clinic. Minutes save lives. And we have more and more people skiing faster on these shape skis or snowboarders, out of control, people being hit, people being in places they shouldn't be in the wilderness. I don't really think Aspen Mountain is beautiful, it's gorgeous. To me, it's really not wilderness. It's
not
ski resort. But minutes save lives, and I think we need to be responsive to that and do what we can. And it saves lives of people young and old, people in the winter, in the summer, in the spring, and the fall, for not people who are just skiing, but people who are hiking or biking or whatever. And I think that's critical for me. I think they've addressed a lot of the issues we've had about putting them right in your face. And it doesn't mean that everybody will be, I'm hoping, there are some that'll be on their phone the whole time. They find a place and they find a way somehow when they're in town or doing whatever else they're doing. But yeah, you would hope that they put their phones away and didn't do business while they're skiing, because that's a nice break for them. But, yeah, but I think for me, it's a matter of minutes save lives.
Thanks, Patty. Comment?
See, I have a couple of questions. One, how well, like if someone is up by Maroon Lake or somewhere and they get in a bicycle accident, will they be able to phone in? Will these cell towers be able to enable them to phone in from some places that are not on the ski area, but beyond the ski area in the back country or side country?
Is that just past the T-Lazy 7, maybe?
I think that mapping showed the covered zones.
Yeah, so these dots represent the towers.
Mm-hmm.
And I would think that the Cloud 9 tower would be the closest thing for Maroon Creek up the valley here. So, I mean, if you draw a line.
What about your propagation? Yeah, where's that
Yeah.
mapping with
Wasn't
the
that the one you
colors?
just had up?
It doesn't go that far up we haven't studied it fully, Steve, and obviously that's actually going up the valley there. Let me get back to the propagation map so you can see how far we did study.
So there might be some limited.
Yeah, I guess it
reach
doesn't
to-
go much further than there. So it looks like it's probably, yeah, if it doesn't even look like it gets to T-Lazy 7, or it does get there.
Slightly past, I think,
Slightly
yeah.
past
Well,
T-Lazy.
not quite to the Ranger Shack.
Yeah, so, not to the Ranger Shack, not up West Willow, things like that.
Okay, there might be some limited reach.
You never know.
Maybe
I
a
mean,
little
this is,
area, yeah.
these are maps, and the dark blue, which is the worst coverage that's shown on here, the way it was explained to us is that is, zoom in, hopefully I can. Whoop.
You might be able to get a text out.
Just trying to, yeah, you might be able to get a text out or something like that, but it's not, yeah, there we go. Almost. It's 115 dBs, decibels, whatever dBL is, and allegedly that's when a group of people can get cell coverage, and the further out you go, the lower that number gets, and so maybe it goes from 10 people can get cell coverage in the dark blue, and at 125, 3 people can get it, or something like that, and we didn't map that.
The saturation.
Yeah, there's some side saturation, whatever you want to
So
call
a
it.
little sketchy coverage in the blue.
Sketchy coverage, yeah.
So then, second question, is there a possibility that a tower like up on Highlands could cover most of Buttermilk without having to build another tower at Cliff House?
So the tower at the Aspen Mountain Vehicle Maintenance Facility, the former Silver Queen, if you will, that tower is what feeds and services Highlands Bowl, Temerity, etc. over Steeplechase over on Highlands. So the tie-hack lift will service part of the school. The bottom Highlands lift will service over to like the Maroon Creek Club area kind of thing. So they're definitely going cross valley.
There is some.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
So you took that into account when you were looking at, if we put a tower here, what's the area that it would cover?
So they're not overlapping.
And then you located the towers in your planning, so you got the most coverage on the ski hills.
Yep.
Okay.
Good question.
Yeah, really good questions.
So thinking about the issue of the electromagnetic radiation and the effects on human health, I know when we're looking at cell tower, just approving cell towers, we were always told for ones like along the highway, the one at Elam Gravel Pit, we approved that. We were not allowed by state law, I believe, to even question that it might affect human health. Was something that was put in by lobbying by the cell phone industry or whatever to prevent that health question from being brought up. Now, in this case, I mean, that's a concern to me too, but it's so ubiquitous in our society that everybody uses cell phones. There's cell towers all over the place. We are all bombarded by, Wi-Fi, and we're not going to solve that problem here with your application. However, we might save some lives with your application by getting people who are seriously injured medical help quickly.
Well said.
Yeah, and that's the reason, a big reason. It's partly for the public convenience, but the really big concern is the safety of the people skiing. And that to me is the most important thing here. We're not going to solve electromagnetic radiation issues in our society here today. This isn't the venue for that, I don't think. I'm aware of it. I appreciate Tom Lankering's input on it. There's maybe another solution out there that we don't have that solution today, I don't think.
Thanks, Steve. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, I'll make some short at first I wonder, are we gonna hear from Leslie on the code stuff?
You don't have
Okay.
to. If you don't want. I do want to
Then I can
just
make some
show you some amendments to the resolution
Okay.
when you're ready.
Okay. No, I just want to acknowledge Francie's concern. I really enjoy my solitude in the backcountry. It's like crucial to who I am as a person and how I stay sane in life, honestly. I don't think this is that. And I would completely stand alongside you in opposing cell towers in wilderness. I see this as a permitted U.S. Forest Service ski area and, a place that functions like a small town to a big town at certain days of the year with its own public safety force. And that, I do think it's going to change how we interact with the skiing amenities 100%. But I think that it does provide important safety benefits that are just frankly expected by users more and more. And that, I think managing those expectations here is important, and it's different than managing the expectations of folks who go into the backcountry and who now bring along their satellite radios for safety, which is definitely a less intrusive personal experience as a device. I don't think we can expect skiers to use something like that in the ski area. So I support this. I think it's been thoughtful.
Thanks, Kelly.
Yeah.
Okay, Leslie, is there anything you think you need to share with us on, it sounds like you said no.
Amendments to the reso?
Right. Amendments to the reso. I just wanted to,
Mac had
but
his hand
Mac
up.
really covered it all, and I do want to say that Ski Company did submit their affidavit of public noticing that complies with our code, and just so you know, they sent a letter to every property owner within 300 feet of the entire property
Saw
boundaries
those long,
of
long
Buttermilk
lists.
and Highlands.
Yeah.
And I asked them out, and Eric did all
Eric
that.
did it.
I didn't get
Eric
one.
did all of them.
Should have.
And we had to get really creative with what to say on the signs that were posted so people understood what was being publicly noticed. And I will tell you, as you saw in the memo, the P&Z looked at this twice. And in between the two P&Z meetings, the couple P&Z members did do a site visit. And Suzanne and I with Mac did a site visit of every site. And so the
the changes that I would propose to the resolution, and unless you guys have any questions to me about the code and the criteria of the code. As Rye pointed out, I need to change the first paragraph. I grabbed that paragraph off of another reso, and I used the wrong reso. So I need to change that. Rye will give me the language to that. And then I was asked by the P&Z, and then Patty gave me a heads up yesterday. I had, the airport was a referral entity on this, and Dan Bartholomew and I talked this morning about it. And I know Mac said that they already got their okay from the FAA, but Dan was a little bit less, he said the FAA can be kind of inconsistent. Like when the FAA approves a tower within our airport airspace, our airport is supposed to get a copy of that report and what the FAA has approved. Dan hasn't seen anything like that. So if you look at condition number 6 in the reso, it's page 8 of the reso, condition number 6. So I have in there, at permit submittal for the Buttermilk-based cellular site, the applicant shall include documentation from the FAA regarding appropriate marking and lighting recommendations. Any recommendations shall be included in the building permit submittal. But after I talked to Dan, I thought I would add the following language where at permit submittal for the Buttermilk-based cellular site and any other sites that require FAA review. Dan was saying you just don't know if the FAA is going to suddenly say, we want to see the Cliff House or something else.
It's within 3 miles or 5 miles or
Yeah, so
whatever.
so
Yeah.
this is at permit submittal, and again, each one of these sites are going to have their own permit. So at permit submittal for the Buttermilk-based cellular site and any other sites that require FAA review. And then the second sentence of, I'm adding a third sentence on that paragraph. If the FAA requires lighting of any towers, the county shall require a review prior to permit submittal to evaluate the specific cellular tower location based upon scenic quality issues.
Right.
So I just want us to have an opportunity to look-see again if any of these cellular sites suddenly have to have.
What condition
lights.
was that?
That is condition number 6.
That was all in the FAA
That's
thing? and
all
this
in
is all in
condition number
condition.
6.
I'm just making notes if I do them.
Yeah, and I didn't have a chance
If
to
you want
share.
to cut in, go ahead.
No, yeah, we're perfectly fine with that language. That adds some condition, that a good if-then statement. We've had those conversations with FAA, and also just from a kind of relevant, semi-relevant comment, if you will, here's the runway, here's the Buttermilk base tower, here's the inn at Aspen. There is a tower that is currently taller than what we're proposing, or an antenna that is currently taller on the roof of the inn at Aspen. That's more in direct line of the flight line.
Next to
So
the Inn at Aspen.
with, then it does
It used to
not.
be in the parking lot.
Yeah, sorry, next door to the inn at Aspen, and it does not require a light, it does not require the special, so we're feeling fairly confident, we're fine
Got it.
keeping language like that in to protect the county belt and suspenders, that's perfectly okay, but just wanted to kind of add that anecdote, so.
Thanks.
Yep.
Patty, just again, number 20, condition number 20, that's where Mac and I worked on the language about if the towers cease to function, the ski company will remove them and remove the boxes.
That's 2 years, no use, out of there.
Yeah.
Good language.
And
Yeah, we derive that from, frankly, language that's in an agreement or similar agreement about a lift, future lift 1. If for some reason we don't use future lift 1, our agreement with lift 1 lodge, since it's on their property, is we have to get rid of it. So I'm like, oh, I've got something we can pull.
Seems like 2 years is like, sometimes it takes longer than that to negotiate a contract, as we all know. So
Or to get through one of Greg's meetings.
Hopefully,
You guys are comfortable with it? That's
we're fine with it. It's
And Mac told me that it's not like, so when a lift is not being used anymore, we can tell the lift's not running, right? But the FCC requires them to take their antenna off the tower when their towers are not being used. So that would be our clue.
they
that-
pull their I mean, it's valuable to them.
Right.
So
So they
if they're
pull it.
not using it, they pull their equipment and put it on a different
Right.
tower where it is.
Mhm.
So.
Got it.
And finally, condition number 24, the vested rights. So our standard, our code language requires for 3-year vested rights. Activity envelopes lapse after 10 years, but we have vested rights language in here that they shall expire in 3 years of 2027. But given when they're proposing to build these towers, MAC has asked for some addition, how many years?
6 years, please.
6 years.
Because you still got to go through NEPA in some places.
We're going through NEPA now.
You
It's
know,
it's
that
not
can-
really it's a lot of work to do this stuff sometimes, and we're attempting, we're doing our best to get it done in a reasonable pace. A lot in 25, a lot in 26, but there are some towers that are dependent on other infrastructure, at least to do them appropriately without more, basically longer trenches. Like if for example, the fiber optic cable is intended to come at the same time that we're doing the fiber optic cable for the Lift 1 project. So that is why you see bottom of bell in 2028. Things like that are already kind of in motion. And so our calendar, if you will, stops at 2029 as is planned. And just because we all know that sometimes plans don't go exactly for what you're looking for, that would be, give us an extra year to 2030 for 1 year of fluff or cushion on that. So that's the ask. Typically, with the Mountain Master Plans, we get, it is a 10-year approval, but it keeps going. We're supposed to check in every 10 years with a new master plan, an updated master plan, but the vesting rates for those improvements don't go away. So this is kind of a compromise, I hope, and hopefully something that's amenable to the board. So.
Got it. Thanks. Well, while we're on that topic, do you want to comment on that?
No.
Oh, you have a comment on
Well, I
investing?
wanted to ask at the
it's fine.
snowmass
2030.
ski area, that was approved in 2023, was
Yes.
that true? So have you installed any of those yet, or what's your timetable on those?
We're installing the first one now, and the timeline on those is our vesting on those is actually not a 3-year period or 5-year period. It goes with the master. It's just part of the master plan. So the vesting is 10 years, if you will. But our intentions are to get those towers completed in a 4-year period. Just again, similar things, how they're kind of phased with other infrastructure. So. Yeah, and that was 6 towers approved over 6 site locations, 7 towers approved over in Snowmass.
So as you get a tower installed, that improves your coverage on the mountain. It doesn't do the whole mountain, but
Right.
it
Each
would
one
be
is incremental, right?
get better and better for the public.
Yeah.
So would we need to make a change if I'd be fine with 6 years. I don't see, I think you're gonna try to do this as quickly as you can.
Yeah.
You'd need our board to decide on that. Do we need to amend the reso to reflect that?
Yes, so we would change the vesting to expire in 2030.
Yes.
That's what you're asking for.
That's what I'm asking for.
2030, and then I would have to have a condition of approval that then we have to have a development agreement because we're going beyond our standard 3-year vesting.
So we do with Rye.
Okay.
So I would just add a typical paragraph in the resolution that a development agreement has to be approved and recorded within 180 days or something like that.
And this is something that you're gonna sort out with Rye after we
Yep.
vote on this? Okay.
Yep.
I'd like to just get thumbs up or down on, yes, go ahead.
On the 30, on the
On the
6
vesting,
years.
let's just take care of that bit first.
that's
Is
fine.
it- Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good with
I'm
the
okay with
vesting
it.
change.
Kelly's okay with it. Francie's not voting, or
I'm gonna vote no.
you're gonna vote no. Patty, are you?
I was just gonna make a motion.
Oh.
I just
well,
have another question.
Yeah, but I,
Who on P and Z voted no, and what did they say?
Doug Throm voted no, and Doug Throm was pushing very hard for a lower height of the towers. He felt that the height of the towers to support 4G and 5G were too tall, and he felt that if the towers were lower for only the lower band, the 3G, he could support that, but he was not supportive of 4G and 5G.
did he go on the site visit?
Yes.
We did.
Doug and Jeffrey
It
Woodruff,
was like a 6-hour site visit.
they went on the site visit. Yeah.
Got it.
I got to go to all the tops of all 4 mountains in one day.
Nice.
I've never done that
Power
on
of
skis.
4.
Now that would be
Yeah.
great. Can't we just do that anyway?
I should.
Power
We
of
could continue this for a site visit.
I had a Coney Express, that's the new lift going up in Snowmass. I had a Coney Express construction meeting at 7 a.m. and then I met Suzanne and Jeffrey and Doug at the Buttermilk parking lot at 8:30.
Got
So,
it. Good
yeah,
day.
It was
That's
a great day.
That's a day well spent.
That's a great day.
Yeah, it was a beautiful sunrise.
Were any compromises made after that regarding height? That's where you did some height reduction, I think. Did it
Well,
come from those
the
conversations?
changes came between the first P and Z meeting and the second P and Z meeting. And then Doug was still pushing for the towers to be at least 10 feet lower across the board. He wasn't really picking out. I think he was just meant.
He just wanted reduction, he wanted to just keep it at
Right.
3G. Got it. Okay.
Can I actually clarify? Because
Oh, sure.
I think his issue at the time was more, could you just have 3 carriers?
Oh,
That was really you could reduce by 10 feet, every single tower by 10 feet if it was 3 carriers versus 4 carriers.
got it.
Our code speaks to co-locating, doesn't speak to how many that means, other than more than one. So we don't have sort of guidance in the code on that, but so that was, his point of, you could reduce the height, we could have 3 carriers still.
Got it. So did you guys answer that question? Like the rationale for,
Well, we definitely had a discussion about it. The rationale for 4 carriers is that there are 3 major carriers that service 90% of the country right now, and then 10% of the country is serviced by other carriers. And that 4th carrier is trying to become larger and larger, if you will. We set up the program so that we would not have to come back and ask for additional towers if carriers wanted to get in, if you will. So, and with the we addressed it more on the site modifications. In our opinion, you don't just make something shorter to make it shorter. If we have it sited well, then that should be, respectful enough of the land around it. So.
got it.
And with that, it was a 5-1 vote, and Doug was, frankly, he pushed us in a positive way through the whole process, and three of the 4 moves that were done were because he challenged us in the first meeting. So it was, yeah.
And Zach Matthews.
Yeah, and Zach.
Great. Well, thanks for sharing that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so are you going to make a motion to approve it as amended?
I would like to make a motion of the resolution granting approval to the Aspen Skiing Company LLC and the U.S. Forest Service for amendments to the Buttermilk Ski Area Master Plan, Aspen Highland Ski Area AF Ski Master Plan, and Aspen Mountain Ski Area Ski Rec Master Plan, Activity Envelope, and Site Plan Review with amendments as cited by Leslie. Do you need me to read them, Leslie, or we've got them? Okay.
Okay.
Including the extension of the vested rights to 6 years to 2030, which will require then a development agreement.
Thank you, Patty. And we have a second from Kelly. further discussion? I did want to say something. Really, I think that I've always been, concerned about cell phones creeping out into the wilderness areas, and no doubt this will there'll probably be areas where from wilderness areas surrounding you might be able to get cell service. We already know people have been able to make cell calls from, it's mostly satellite phones from the top of Pyramid or the Bells, but I think some people actually have been able to get cell service, and so it's already an issue. But I want to make sure we understand that the ski mountains really are designated for recreation, and they're not wilderness, and they're certainly on the border with wilderness, but these are areas where we've preserved other places and made sacrifices on these mountains. The Pandora's Heroes thing originally was a compromise, I think, proposed by Steve's dad to keep development off of, was it Haystack or somewhere else? It was like, no, we don't want to develop out here. Let's expand the mountains we have. And Marble was developed to a certain extent until it collapsed. And so I don't really, I think for safety reasons alone, this is a good idea. But I'll be the first one to agree. It hurts when you think of people being able to call for a helicopter from the top of Pyramid Peak. It's kind of disgusting. On the other hand, it's probably saved lives. So it's a tough one.
So
you want to add something?
Some of my concerns would just have to do with the courtesy of people using their phones and not bothering other people, because people are up there to have a good time and be skiing and being with their family or friends and having some solitude and peace and quiet. And then I've heard of some people riding up the gondola where somebody in the gondola car is yakking away on their phone. And that kind of thing bothers me, that people can be really rude in talking on their phone. And I hope that doesn't happen, but maybe the ski company will have to be proactive in that and maybe provide a quiet room up at the sun deck where people can go in and make their cell phone call or something from there. Might be something that could be considered, just so other people aren't bothered by someone being inconsiderate.
Yeah. Cell-free gondola cars, there's an idea. Yeah. Every fifth one or every other one.
That's the dog car. You,
and
your
then
dog,
along
and
with
your...
that, we could do pot-free gondola cars too.
That too, and the music-free ones. I'm with you on that. I did want to say that the FDA, World Health Organization, have released a lot of information. The Canadian Health Organization, and the gist of it is, the weight of scientific evidence has not effectively linked exposure to these radio frequencies with any known health problems. If you're incredibly close to them and proximate, they can cause a burn, like a cell phone, but you'd never be that close to them. The towers are designed to be far enough away. So the prevailing evidence seems to be, well, there isn't enough evidence to suggest this as they are used. Tom Lankring made a good point. If the FCC isn't actually looking at best practices, that could be a problem. But this is so ubiquitous, it seems to me that we would have there'd be a lot of news about the damage of cell phone health with substantive information, and I just haven't seen it. And I've been watching this for a long time, and I also studied physics enough to know that there are various waves going through us all the time. Okay. We're going to discover gravity waves are the next big fear, but those wavelengths are millions of miles long. So I'm okay with it, but I don't want people to be afraid of this. This range is somewhere between radio and at the bottom end of microwaves, so it's getting close to microwaves. That's kind of scary, but still it's not into the dangerous radiation frequencies. And there's a lot of information online if anybody wants to Google it or whatever they choose. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. I've got 4 ayes and all opposed?
I'm opposed.
We've got 1. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your standing your ground, Francie, and everyone else. That's it. We got it. We've got an approval, and good luck. And get the things in, and
We'll call you.
we'll call you. Get it done before your vested rights expire.
Exactly.
All right, thank you. Nice to
everybody.
see you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty wants to do a site visit. She's going to report back to
Yeah, I'll
us.
do another site visit. I'm on that mountain a lot.
Okay, I bet everybody wants to get out of here. We've got open discussion ahead of us, so I'm going to launch right into
I
that.
have one real quick. Francie, I know you did the tour of the historic Osgood
So did I.
home. Greg was there. I think we should at some point have a
Thanks, Mac.
discussion as to how we might be able to help them. Maybe Francie and I kind of had the same wavelength on this. Maybe with matching funds and helping it with grants. And maybe, you know, we still have 50,000 in that
The capital,
200,000. And that might be helpful for them. I told them we didn't have money to buy the house. I was very clear. But we might be able to find a way to help them in other ways. That house was incredible.
It's really great because one of the owners is willing to give up his income from the sale,
Right.
towards.
Tony.
It's like 25% of the value, yeah.
Well, at 250,000 out of
Yeah.
700,000.
Tony.
So I think that's a really good beginning for them, and I would love for us to do.
Thanks, Mac.
Are we having a
Something.
problem?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks,
No,
Matt. Good to see you.
What
Hi,
happened?
Thank you.
Care.
Is Lisa here
Lisa
for open
McDonald,
discussion?
what does she want? Do you want to join open discussion, Lisa?
Well, can we finish this one?
Yeah, we're going to finish that. I
So
just wanna
maybe
see
we
if-
can
so she
talk
knows.
about
We're
it
gonna
on
get
a
to you,
future
Lisa.
agenda or something, what we
I'd like
might.
to, we'll put it on a future agenda. I'd like to
Okay,
do
so
that.
just to be clear, the board is interested in ways to support the Redstone
Historic
effort,
Society.
Historical
Discussion about-
Society, and looking at the remaining
Right.
capital funds.
Right,
That's
right.
one
And
option.
having our
One
grant
option.
people and getting them in touch with the grant writer, Jonathan
can
at
keep
Northwest
that.
COG also might be of assistance.
Thanks for bringing that up, Patty.
I did talk to Jeff Beer about it when I was out there, and we talked about, one, being able to reach out for grants, reaching out to the Aspen Historical Society, who might have an interest in participating somehow with them, because they're a bigger organization with more, they've
have
got
an
PR
income
and
level.
marketing and development and all that. And then also, I suggested he reach out to the library. You know, the library's talking about doing a very expensive annex in Snowmass. It's possible there could be a small Redstone library annex, and the library could
We've
participate
had one in the
somehow.
past. We did a
I think there's
small
been in the
bookshare
Redstone
thing.
Inn. Yeah.
Yeah,
So that
and
might be a possibility also. So they'd have to explore and decide if they wanted to apply for it, but I welcome the conversation.
Yeah, Susanna Reed has been there, and
Right.
she did approve it as truly historical.
it's awesome.
So she has been involved, and they were going to have to pay for some grant writers, and I thought, since we have grant writers, I didn't know, John, whether we could use our grant writers to help them so they wouldn't incur that expense while they're trying to raise money for this.
For Redstone, I think if we did it as a, county grant to support that, we probably could do that.
And we
That
can
would
use
take some of
Northwest
that
COG
pressure
grant
off of
writer
them.
because they're, Pekin County's part of Northwest COG.
For that.
So they can use both and have both of them be looking at it.
It really is a
So
remarkable
we just need to
building.
get them in touch with
Yeah.
Jonathan.
And they have a lot of historical pieces throughout Redstone in people's attics and basements, and they're just looking for a place to centralize all of these things so that they can actually have a museum. And they've had teachers brought up, I forget how many students, but quite a few students, and they were so excited about being there and the tour of Redstone, they're going to come back and do more. So I think it would be a really nice way for us to
Help out somehow.
help Redstone feel,
I also,
They're being helped.
I encourage them to look for ways they could actually create an income stream. Like, maybe they need a cafe in there too, or maybe they
It's
need
pretty
something.
small for,
Well, I think
if
that
they
they
want to
should,
put all the historic pieces in there, it's gonna be,
I'd like them to consider those ideas before they
just
shoot
a
them
coffee
down.
shop. Just coffee.
Well, something so they could actually make money. Wouldn't it be nice if it supported itself? Okay, Any other open discussion?
have some.
Okay.
So I went to see Robert Congdon at his Alabaster mine the other day. I spent some time with him. Steve, you would love it. Have you been inside that mine?
No, I haven't, but I know
The one on
Robert
Avalanche?
from way back when he lived on Capitol Creek Road.
Yeah, you knew Robert?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you should see the eagle that's been carved into the alabaster
I've
inside
seen
this mine.
photographs.
We've seen all
It's
the
absolutely
photographs.
fantastic, and of course, he's way aspirational in his thoughts about where he wants to go with it, but he wants to do an artist colony there where people are actually carving the alabaster there. And I guess Kevin is working with him, and Kevin Warner, and his permits will come from the Forest Service. He doesn't have to come to us, but he's going to contact you guys because he doesn't want to be opposed by Pitkin as he has been in the past. And he said the problems in the past were like when they were blasting, and so the dust and stuff would blow onto other Pitkin County property, but they're not blasting anymore. They use this expandable cement, so they drill in and they put the expandable cement in it, and that cracks the rock apart. It's pretty interesting. I think you'd really enjoy a tour, Steve.
I would just caution that usually comes as a land use item, I believe, and so you may want to do it as a site visit as part of that process.
He said it wasn't going to have to come to us, but
We've issued, I know, permits in the past for the alabaster, so I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, so I want to be cautious that you don't run afoul of that.
But I don't think it's anything he's going to accomplish soon. He's not like on the fast track. You're not going to see it in a land use item in the near future.
Steve won't, at least.
Okay. Kelly is
Fair
next.
enough.
Yes, I just wanted to, anyway, I'm a little just scattered right now, but I heard a local news report on the radio yesterday related to mental health support funding in the schools, and that the state is reducing their contribution in share. And I'm curious, as if we go into budget process, sort of two questions. What is that gap, and are we being equitable to both school districts? Because I don't think we're giving money to the Roaring Fork schools, and they've said that they're going to lose their Aspen Hope Center counselors that are embedded in the schools. So I just would like to consider, I would love for more information to come back to us in the budget process about what that amount is and how we can be equitable in both school districts.
And I would just note for the board, that is something that we're looking at and do want to bring back to the board, because both in terms of school resource officers and mental health support, we've been treating the two school districts in the county very differently. And so we want to try and find a way to make that, at least recommend to you all how that could be made more equitable. So that might address some of that question, Kelly.
Great.
Thank you.
Great, okay. I just wanted to bring up, it's funny, Tony brought it up this morning. You know, I did meet with Tori. We discussed, this idea of, maybe it's time to think about comprehensive planning with all these things, and we had that discussion at the beginning of our meeting. But in the same discussion, we also thought it's possible that the bicycle bridges across the gorge that Open Spaces proposed could actually be part of an element of any sort of planning, and it may be too soon to be launching into those if we're doing everything else. Like, maybe we ought to think about all these things at the same time, if we can in some way. But then the thing that he shared with me, which was quite honestly news to me, was that the city council isn't really fully on board with the bicycle bridges as proposed. Although they've approved money toward furthering the study, he said it's not like they're all voted in favor of this. And there is some, I guess, what would you call it? Conflicting opinions and concerns about it. And I just wanted to make sure we all understood that, because when I heard our presentation, I had the impression that the city was on board and ready to put money in and hankering to go, and that's not the case. And so I actually also have to share with you that I woke up every morning lately, thinking, did I make the right decision? Do I really want to spend $500,000 on something I may vote no on down the road? And so I'm sharing my trepidation with you at this point on that, and I guess it merits further discussion. So that's my open discussion for the day.
Thank you for that.
And just to clarify, there is no joint meeting next week, so that's kind of for future joint meetings. Is that right? I mean,
well,
we talked about delaying.
We talked about delay, certainly regarding that, because there's more to it. But we did talk, and Tori brought it up, about possibly having the joint meeting and discussing, how do we get through an agreement on how to manage our homeless response. So maybe we shouldn't kill that meeting yet.
I think it's already killed.
I misunderstood that. So when I
Did you already
was
pull the
talking
plug?
I thought what I heard yesterday, that it was not getting canceled but getting delayed, and we didn't have a date to when it was being delayed to. I apologize if I misunderstood that.
Did you already?
I talked to staff today, this morning, just to clarify that. My understanding was that you and Tori had talked, and that we were delaying.
Pushing the other one back.
Pushing it back.
Yeah.
And we didn't know exactly when that would be, so that's what I communicated.
My concern being is that if we're doing it on a Tuesday after our work session, we're starting budget with like 5 or 6 hours of budget on Tuesdays. So just keep that in mind when we're adding on to those meetings. But I do think we need to have a discussion about why they decided not to help fund the homeless shelter when Snowmass pitched in and we pitched in.
Yeah, I think we'll tee that up so it doesn't seem like such a what do you call a conflict? I'm having trouble finding words now. It's time to stop. I'll talk to Tori about it, and we'll circle back with you.
I apologize if
No, it's
I
all right.
misread that
It was probably
yesterday,
my poor communication. What's that?
My understanding of that whole conversation was that they were waiting for some unspecified data about homelessness solutions and our homelessness programming, and that we've had some planning processes going on to kind of give back to them.
Maybe we could have presented that in a meeting.
I don't know.
Okay, let's circle back with that, and I'll talk to him, and we can just make sure, what he's.
So
fair?
should we count on being here next Tuesday evening, or?
I think we should-
No.
Not right now.
Yeah, I think it might be difficult to pull back now that we've
really?
communicated.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we won't, all right.
Because the JCC meeting was because of that, of the timing on it. Don't forget about Lisa.
Oh, and Lisa's here for open discussion. Yeah, you're still here. Everybody's done, we're done with that. I'm sorry,
I'll
John.
have one after Lisa.
Okay, Lisa, go ahead.
Good evening, I guess it is now, guys. Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program. I wanted to hop on for just a minute and let you know we met last night with the Basalt Town Council on a portion of the streamside improvements out at the Whitewater Park. This is for the road shift portion of the park that will allow us about 10 extra feet on that on the river bank side. And they had originally had concerns about a contractor, a schedule, lane closures, traffic control plans. We put the project out to bid. We received 2 bids, and we're able to get an acceptable schedule and a traffic control plan brought to the town last night, which they approved, and it happened fast. We had a selection committee meeting last Thursday, went to Basalt on last night on Tuesday, and we may start construction on that paving project on Monday. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up in case you came through there or saw somebody or talked to somebody with Basalt. I just wanted to let you know things are rolling down there, and we got all the approvals, and we're excited about that portion.
Where is it, Lisa?
Great, thanks.
This is at the Whitewater Park in Basalt.
Thanks, Lisa. That's good.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
That's
Thanks for
We'll
checking
bring you
in.
back
This
more
says government
information,
moves
but I
slow.
let you know.
Things are moving quickly.
Well, we'll
Yeah,
hear
look at
about
that
it
thing
because
we
it's
did in
moving so
Marble.
fast.
This
Right.
was like 2 days. or
Okay, now I'm gonna go to John.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Lisa.
All that open wetlands and Marble that we did.
Just real quick, I believe a Colorado Broadband Office letter of support was distributed to the board. It's for Pathfinders to provide fiber internet service going up Lower River Road, Snowmass Creek, Shieldo, in those areas. Greg, I think you had responded with support. Staff has reviewed the project and we think that the grant application is good and furthers our efforts to extend broadband. Just wanted to get authorization to have Greg sign that letter of support.
How does it work with Thor or the middle mile, or is it a totally different thing? They're gonna dig up the side of the road and we're gonna be separate from the other?
This doesn't conflict with our efforts that we've been coordinating with.
I know, but do they work with our efforts?
I don't know I know staff has reviewed that, but I don't know that they're using Thor per se, but it's extending in areas that we wouldn't otherwise be extending in. And Thor's not going there.
Well, I know,
Thor's-
but we
yeah.
have these middle miles thing, this whole
Yeah.
program and process and,
Is it Pathfinders is the to the home connection?
Yeah.
yeah, but they're coming up, they're gonna be digging up the right of ways, right? Putting it in underground?
Maybe hanging it on
Holy Cross?
electric poles.
I don't know.
Well, the fiber optic that came from Glenwood down was off the poles.
Yeah, and
That's Thor.
yeah, Patty, I don't know if they're connecting into, an existing network or if they're connecting into our middle mile redundant loop.
So the question is, am I allowed to sign this letter? Do we approve of this letter? I've got a copy here that looks like if I signed it, it would look pretty official. I can sign it and give it to you. Assuming she doesn't want an electronic signature.
I'm okay with you signing
Yeah,
it.
me too.
Okay,
Yeah,
we've got,
okay.
I'm gonna sign
I
it.
wish we had filler information, but, we get these letters at the last minute. We don't have a time to thoroughly vet them before we're asked to sign them and send them. And one of these days,
You
we're gonna
send
be
that down
signing
to
something
John.
that we should have had further information on
Favorite
it.
part of the day.
Here's the signed one.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Endor. Out at 5:07. Sorry, I'm 5 minutes late.